we move into, as agreed yesterday, what will be the final day of the meeting. Ross, can you just give us a quick update in terms of arrangements?
Sure. I'll just say one more time for those in the room that this space is available tomorrow from the start of the day till noon for those who want to work here, but there won't be any food and beverage. So if you need coffee, water, or snacks, please bring those with you. Leah will be here working in the morning. If you want to let her know you'll be here, that'd be great. In terms of today's schedule, we're going to start with the review of the BCs for revenue transfer expenses and then the new amendments from reporting sustainability program information. Then we're going to go into the sustainability discussion. We'll next do the strategy and work program, and we'll end with the program and technical director's report.
Okay, and just to remind everybody, if you can make sure to bring your mics right close up so that everybody can hear. It is a really challenging room, I think, in terms of being able to hear. So with that, we'll go into the review of the BCs, and I think we're going to do revenue first, if I'm all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. So we circulated the draft basis for conclusions around via email yesterday, and I've already received a few rounds of editorial comments from members. So thank you all for taking the time to review and send those over. At this point, I'm happy to take any substantial comments on the BCs themselves. Otherwise, we're always happy to take other editorials offline as part of the overall editorial process after this approval.
Okay, Andrew.
Just on the transfer expenses, BC, we've got a statement in there.
Oh, can we clear revenue and then we'll move on to transfer expenses?
Sorry, I think we were talking about both BCs. Apologies.
Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I'm not sure whether some of my comments are editorial or not, but I did provide some changes through to Eileen, but one of the changes that I proposed was to be a little bit clearer that it wasn't just a revision to the structure of the guidance, but that binding arrangements became sort of the critical thing. So I'd suggested that as part of the editorials and just thought I should raise it in case it isn't considered an editorial.
Okay, thanks, Todd. I think that's a good point. Anything else anybody wants to raise? Oh yeah, Claudia.
Thank you. I'm not sure if we can really use the word that we simplify guidance to provide a clearer, more usable standard. If you couldn't say should update the guidance to provide a clearer, more usable standard, because simplifying implicit could have two outcomes. One, it's we are not right precise. We helped that only to prepare us because they said, oh, everything is too complicated. And even if it's simplified or not, it's in the dependence on the users finally, or on the. So I'm not sure if we may just use to update.
I mean, it might be that we use the word clarify, because I think that's what we did. I understand your concern about simplify. So if we can use clarify, then. Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, so what I'd suggest is, because I think these BCs are important. So if staff can reflect the editorials that they've received. And then I think if we can just do a final round in terms of circulating the clarified the revised drafting, just on a short response period, just to make sure that members are finally happy with that, because it's important. So if we can do that. Okay. Claudia, are you still in or? Okay. So do you want to move on then just to transfer expenses? So Andrew.
Thanks. We've got the last sentence there in 39A, just to say that while there were differences, we noted that there were no significant changes to the substance of the standard. I'm not clear in my mind if that's where we landed as a board, as to if we all agreed on that or not. So I think either we should just clarify if that is the board position or remove that sentence.
Todd, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, thanks. I'd proposed a change to Eileen that says that there were not significant changes to the intended accounting for transfer expenses. So I think with the changes we've made, the accounting is significantly the same as the previous standard. So I think we could say that, but I certainly had a similar concern to you with that sentence, which is why I proposed the change.
So I think before we circulate an updated version, my suggestion would be, Edwin, if you can just work with Andrew and Todd to finesse the drafting so that we get something that works, and then we go back round with the final version. That's okay. Any other points anybody wants to make? Okay, so I think if we leave it to staff then just to synthesize, and I think again, if we can get that back round the board quickly whilst it's fresh in everybody's minds, just with a sort of short couple of day response, because we're only talking about a couple of paragraphs here. So I'll leave staff just to clarify on the timing on that. Okay. So that's revenue and transfer expenses. Ross?
Yeah, we'll go to the updates to the RPGs now.
So, good morning, everybody. Thank you for all the members and technical advisors that provide me editorials. I have reflected those. This version is the one that I shared yesterday. So those might not be seen there, but I don't know if there's any other comments from members.
So I think similarly with this, if there are any points of principle anyone who wants to bring up, because there's quite a lot of strike out there. But what I would suggest is if you can reflect any further points from board members and then again circulate so that we have an opportunity just to make any final comments. Are there any particular points anybody wants to bring up at this stage? Okay, so if we can do that, and I think if we send it as a package so that board members aren't getting multiple emails, if we can have all three paragraphs together, that would be helpful. Okay, good. So then we now move on to the substantive discussion in terms of the updates on sustainability reporting, and welcome Celine to the board table. So just take a minute to sort things out. Oh, sorry, over here, Adrian.
Chair, I thought, maybe I understood wrong, but I thought that we would add a BC on IPSASB 46 for the reasons for not re-exposing, because we had some comments about the fact that probably there were substantial changes or changes that would have deserved a re-exposure given the introduction of COV and what the decisions we made last year during all the meetings in 2022. But in the end, we decided it was not a cost benefit. It wouldn't be a cost benefit decision. Not in the public interest. I thought we were about to draft a BC.
I think it's a matter of fact that there was, I know Lynn expressed concern, but we did not have, there was no serious discussion amongst the board about re-exposure in the way that there was on the other two topics. So, you know, we did actually say in the BCs how we've clarified, and then there was a unanimous vote in favour, and the board didn't decide that it wanted to discuss re-exposure. So, Dave.
Just to say that staff has worked with one of the members that had the comment. So we've proposed that BC, happy to share it with you offline, or Adrian, so you can take a look as well, but we've tried to capture that in the minutes.
Okay, Ross is saying that we'll recirculate, but you know, I think we just have to be careful on this one because it was a very different, you know, there wasn't a big discussion in the way that there was with the other two. So, okay, let's move on then to sustainability reporting.
Thank you, Ian. So we're going to take some time this morning to provide, firstly, an update on our research activities in the first quarter, share some of our observations and findings, and then finally, we want to spend some time to talk about and think about our scoping and the way forward and what that will look like for our projects going forward and get your share our initial thoughts on that. So to start out, at the beginning of the quarter, you know, we had a clear sense of our journey ahead. And I like to think about this now as a journey. If you recall, in December, Ian analogized our sustainability work program to exploring new lands. And we are essentially pioneers in the global public sector space. And even in the first quarter, it's been a journey to learn and research and think about these concepts and how they'll apply to the public sector. So we started out by mapping our research activities to the key issues identified in responses to the consultation paper, which we discussed in December. If you recall, key issues we focused on are what is the scope of our public sector reporting? How will we adapt private sector guidance for the public sector? And how will we build our sustainability expertise? So around these three key issues, we started out by looking at the IPSASB and GRI. As they are the international standard setters that was supported in our consultation paper. And so we engaged in dialogue with them to understand their approach to standards development and explore their foundational concepts, you know, particularly materiality. And we compared those to the IPSAS, comparing them to our conceptual framework, our IPSAS, what we have there, and the RPGs to see, you know, what are the gaps and differences. And as we heard from Miguel on Tuesday, there certainly are significant differences, even from, you know, you saw the way that GRI structures their guidance, and certainly the difference between financial materiality that the IPSASB is applying and impact materiality, or just disclosing the significant impacts in GRI. And so that is a key difference. And we started to think about, you know, what really applies for the public sector. And I'd like to share, you know, IPSASB's rationale that they had discussed and documented from their board meetings, and they acknowledged the difference in materiality definitions and concepts between the IPSASB, Europe, GRI, SEC, and really the key difference underlying their definitions of materiality is the audience. So the IPSASB is focused on investors, potential investors, lenders, creditors as their primary users, while GRI and Europe have a much broader set of users and user information. So it really goes back to who are their users, what is their objective, what are the decisions they're making. And it's quite different. GRI, you know, they talked about the multi-stakeholder base. They look at their users as almost anyone who finds the information useful, who would look to this company or entity's sustainability information. That can include management itself. That can include all stakeholders, investors, academics, analysts, they say in their guidance. So it's a very broad, much broader than what we would see. And their objective is focused on providing transparency of information on the impacts that the entity has on economy, environment, and people. So a much broader scope. And that's really what drives the difference in something essential like materiality. So they also, the GRI also looks to intergovernmental institution authoritative guide instruments like the OEC Guide for Multinationals, UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So again, much a broader scope. They emphasize, due diligence, remediation of negative impacts, which we, will have to think about and consider, right? And then finally, I also want to touch on the Sustainability Work Program and our thoughts around the work program broadly. And so I'll borrow an analogy from Ross. I think how our Sustainability Work Program is essentially in a startup phase. When we compare it to our financial reporting work program, which is mature and well established, our Sustainability Work Program is a startup. We are going to need to be flexible, be able to be responsive and nimble, given, the sustainability space is evolving. We're setting up new board support arrangements, such as the Sustainability Reference Group, right? So as we think about these board support arrangements, the composition, the terms of reference, we're still working through that, but we do focus, and we know we need to have the right expertise. We need to be flexible, and we will need to be a little bit innovative on how we operate and how we work. So we'll continue to work through that, but we have started meeting with the Sustainability Steering Committee, and we started meeting with members in January and February. And thank you to all of those members who are part of that. So Ian, Lynn, Leanne, Renee, Claudia, Abdullah, Scott, thank you. And we'll continue to meet and provide that strategic guidance and consult on the work program. So with that, we ask ourselves, what is the direction for public sector sustainability reporting? We have the spectrum from IPSASB, laser focus on potential investors, and a much broader scope all the way to include the full extent of GRI. So we found ourselves thinking, are we navigating on land, driving in a car, or are we sailing in the oceans trying to navigate? Because they can feel so different. And so we ultimately need to find our direction. And so I'd like to share some of the key takeaways that we heard from the IPSASB symposium back in February that Dave, Ross, and I attended, which I think are relevant for us to consider when we think about our way forward. So the first key theme that we heard was IPSASB is set a global baseline. So their objective was to create a common language for investors to compare companies, right? To compare and value entities across from one entity to another, from one jurisdiction to another, so they can make their investment decisions. If I'm going to invest in a company based in Canada, compare it to one based in China, right? So ultimately, they provide this common language, and they recognize that it's a baseline that jurisdictions and entities themselves can complement and add to. So jurisdictions and regulators at the symposium shared, that they would think about complementing it with, for example, GRI. We see the EFRAG adding the double materiality concept, right? And we heard many constituents and attendees and panelists who also shared that as a private company, they appreciate the laser focus of ISSB for their investors, but for their board and their own management and continuous reporting, they would take on like a GRI and continue to report under GRI as well. And that will help inform their board and their processes. So ISSB serves as that global baseline starting point. The second key theme that we heard was the focus to provide decision useful information. So not reporting just for the sake of reporting, having excessive reporting, but to make sure that the information is clearly useful for those in the ISSB case, capital allocation decisions. So always having that focus. And then thirdly, embracing that this will be an iterative journey. You know, we kept hearing, don't let the best be the enemy of the good. There is a need to start now, and everybody's at a different place, but we'll have to accept the fact that there will be refinements. It will be a process to getting to that perfect space. And from a standard setting perspective, accepting that there will be more feedback. There will be a faster feedback loop. And so we have to plan for that and be ready for that change. So those are the three key themes. And I think it will help us to think about addressing some of those questions that, you know, we talked about in December. These are the key.
I wonder if we, just before we get into
Absolutely.
those, maybe if we can just go back to that previous slide, just to give members an opportunity to comment or reflect, because I think there's quite a lot in that feedback from the IPSASB symposium. Yeah, Claudia, kick us off.
Thank you, Celine, for the presentation. Did you get any information from the symposium how the ISB could figure out what is decision useful? They are talking to rating agencies, or what they wanted to see in this sustainability reporting? Because there's no practice so far, it's quite difficult to figure out when we are focused a little bit on the investment view, what is for their decision useful. They give some ideas.
So from what I recall, there wasn't any specific discussion on that, but certainly from the feedback, the comments, I think all of their redeliberations they would have considered, but there was no part, it was not part of the forum or specific discussion I recall, but they were.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, to Celine's point, they didn't get to that level of detail in the symposium, but if you look at what they've been working on, I think they make the link to providing decision useful information by focusing on financial materiality. So reporting on sustainability items that have a link back to a financial impact that impacts the value of the entity. And in their deliberations, they're working pretty closely with regulators and different jurisdictions to kind of come to a view on what that is. But the guidance is close to being published at this point. They have approved it. They also announced that at the forum, you may have seen, and I expect we'll be able to read the updated guidance in detail. One of the key things they highlighted related to that was in their decision to finalize, they actually backed off some of the appendix material that were in the original EDs and tried to be more principle-based and higher level, and acknowledging that they're going to have to revisit the appendices that they had in there to develop them and how they would put those out to support the guidance.
I mean, I suspect it comes into this iterative process, and given that it's quite an early effective date that they're proposing, I think I'm right in saying 1st of January next year. Actually, I think they're expecting that iterative process will be quite rapid, both in terms of from a preparer feedback, but also from an investor feedback in terms of, is this practical, and also is it giving us the information that we need? So that underlines we have to expect that it's going to be an active landscape. Thomas?
Yeah, thanks. Just a question regarding kind of selection, what information should be provided. I would have expected that, especially in the area of sustainability, when we talk about the impact of an entity on society, the impact on environment, the accountability aspect would come to the forefront as well. Not only decision making, but also accountability in terms of what has been the impact. Has that been mentioned at all, or why is that missing?
Yeah, I think the ISSB, I think when we think about financial materiality, we talk about the outside in perspective. But I think as it's evolved, there were some updates that ISSB acknowledged that there will be, like investors also do have that value for the inside out impact. And so the materiality may include that as well. But when we think about financial materiality, we'll still have that sort of loop. You have to link it back to what's the impact on your finances and the financial position, cash flows, and your ultimate enterprise value.
I'm probably peeking ahead, if you like. I mean, I think that's going to be that we've always had this difference in terms of the objectives of financial reporting in the framework, where if you like, certainly to begin with, IASB had the single decision usefulness focus, whereas we had accountability as well. So that's probably going to be, we'll hold that thought, but actually that's going to be one of the challenges for us in terms of, focus, scope, approach, etc. Scott.
Thank you. I have it's in the decision useful area. Claudia got me thinking about it. As you know, some of the feedstock that came into IPSASB was from the IPSASB, and that was developed with the sole purpose of informing investors. So I didn't know if they got into that conversation about how IPSASB's work has helped inform them in the decision useful area, because that was from its very beginning intended to only be for investors, which would be exactly what they headed. So I didn't ask you that question earlier, but I didn't know if they got into that conversation anywhere.
So I would say they didn't specifically get into that conversation, but they did bring on the IPSASB team. So it would definitely have helped inform their direction and decisions. But to Ross's point, the IPSASB standards in reference to in Appendix B to their standards, they are coming back from that being fully mandatory. So they are reviewing it, but it certainly would have come into, I think, their lens as thinking about what's decision useful. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just to remind the board, then IPSASB has actually, the IPSASB staff have moved over into the IFRS Foundation as part of the ISSB staff. So that is one of the areas of, if you like, open question is how that guidance gets worked in with, for example, particularly climate change and so on. So that's very much a kind of area of debate at the moment, I think. Liang.
Actually, I want to share some thoughts from me and also from Chinese stakeholder. Actually, we also discussed a lot about the concept, the double materiality concept, and the material concept adopted by ISB recently. Actually, one of the thoughts is, although ISB said their materiality concept is a kind of financial materiality, actually, whether it is the truth, they only focus on financial impact. Maybe a simple example is about the disclosure on scope 1, 2, 3. Actually, I understand the common understand of the financial impact and the financial materiality and impact materiality is one is that inside out, and the other is outside in. Actually, if we look at the disclosure on scope 1, 2, 3, many people, some people in China we look at this, actually, this may not that of outside in. Actually, it is kind of inside out. So some thoughts from Chinese stakeholder, I understand is maybe we may not focus on the concept you adopt, financial materiality or the double materiality concept. Actually, you may just stick to the details about what you should disclosure and whether the disclosure will be useful to such as to the users of the financial statement or even a broad stakeholder. So I can understand why ISB stick to the current their concept, because actually for private sector, actually the primary users of the financial statement as they state in their framework is investor and creditors or some other users. So I maybe they have to stick to their current concept. But for public sector, actually, I think maybe we have a broad stakeholder. So maybe it is not necessary or it is not needed for us just to follow their concept. Or as I said just now, which concept is not the important, but maybe we stick to the substance or which information may be important. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. That's very interesting in terms of that practical debate going on. And as you say, you know, inside out, outside in, scope 1, 2, and 3, it shows it's actually a very complicated area, and particularly as well, if you look at how materiality is described, actually, that may be that broader thinking may be very helpful to us. So thank you for that observation. Any other thoughts from board members? Okay. So I'm just checking Lucy online. Okay. So move us on.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So certainly agree. I think the key questions for us really is not just, is impact material, financial materiality. It's what is our objective for public sector reporting? Who are our users and what do they need, right? And that will help us guide and define where we would take our sustainability reporting. And so as a reminder, like we had committed to addressing these key issues that were identified in response to the CP. Again, looking at our scope, adapting private sector guidance, conceptual framework and whatnot. And so to help us find that direction and to address these questions, we wanted to share staff thoughts on how we would move forward and pragmatically, I think we may have some answers to those questions already and look at what we have and what we know to guide us going forward. And so we look to these 4 sources, the consultation paper and feedback, our IPSASB conceptual framework. We'll look at the IPSASB and we'll look at GRI. And I'll walk through each of these 4 quadrants and share how our thoughts on how we will draw upon them and look to them for this guidance going forward, and how we're calling these scoping assumptions to scope our projects going forward. And I'll pause after each one for discussion. So to start off with the consultation paper and feedback, a lot of work went into that last year, and we got very strong support from our respondents and our constituents. And so, they encouraged that there is this global public interest. The public sector has that economic and capital market significance. And so it is, even from the capital market side, the sovereign bonds make up almost 40% of the 100 trillion global bond market. And so there is that capital market public sector significance. But we have that accountability as well. So our stakeholders and RCP agreed that we need this, not just the investor focus, but the multi-stakeholder model. If you recall that the inside out and the outside in perspective, we need both. And so we have that support and we have that guidance that we will look at both frameworks. So leveraging the international standards, again, not building our own bespoke standards, but we will look to establish existing international standards. No need to create further fragmentation. And so, with those two blocks, it's really looking again at ISSB to help address that investor focus, and then GRI for the multi-stakeholder model. And we can get into specifically those two separately in following slides. But I think just to ground ourselves in the CP that we have that support for that multi-stakeholder model to start and leveraging ISSB and GRI.
So if we just pause at that point and just get comments from members. Yeah, Andrew.
I think just following on Liang's comment around, potentially going broader and the ICSB sort of more narrow focus, it's almost, we've got two blocks there and they almost need to be good neighbors with one another. And so I wonder if on the investor focus block that we don't limit ourselves to kind of that investor focus, but do consider broadening it a little bit and including more of the stakeholders in block 2.
Thanks, Andrew. Thoughts from other members? Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair, and I will echo the same discussion that our comment that Liang brought. It's the same discussion we are having our jurisdictions, and I like the approach we are taking, the 2-block approach, and we are looking into ISSB and GRI approaches or standards or whatever they are having right there. But one thing specific for the public sector is being a regulator. And I haven't seen something is like touching and being a regulator for an area in any of the standards or publications that I've saw, at least for myself. So probably that is something we might want to just work more on. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. Mike.
So one question, which is even from the Europe perspective, as ISB as well as GRI mentioned, to what extent do you take into account the European standards, mainly from IFRIC, from the EFRAG? They issued at the end of the year a big package of first package of standards, and I think this will play an important role in the discussion regarding Europe.
Yeah, I think our conceptual framework was really, our consultation paper really talked about looking at the international standards as our starting point, as our base. Certainly, we will consider and look to national as well as a point of reference and consider it. And I have been following and looking at the IFRAG and the ESRS to understand how they imply that double materiality concept, how they are saying that they align with ISSB, but also cover, concepts from GRI. And I know they've been working closely with GRI to map and align their standards as well. So they're certainly looking at those as well. But I think our base and starting point would be looking at those international guidance.
Ross.
Yeah, I think, again, if you drop back to what we heard, it was clear that constituents don't want us to create further fragmentation and wanted us to leverage other international standards in this space. And maybe another layer to add on to that is there's a really active discussion at the moment between the developing European guidance, how that's going to work with the ISSB guidance. The corporates are asking tough questions about that as well. So I think that's an evolving space. And maybe one of the issues we keep an eye on, but I wouldn't focus too strongly on that at this point because it's going to evolve as the corporate side solves their own issue in that space. Because I know at the conference, we talked to many different organizations that were there, and probably the first issue out of most of the corporates' mouths when we're talking to them was, how are the ISSB standards going to evolve to take into account the European guidance, or vice versa? Because from their perspective, they were seeing some challenges and, the reporting internationally for their global organizations, and how they were going to be able to use the ISSB guidance and not have to duplicate or report separately for the European guidance. So, it's an active area of discussion.
I mean, one of the key things that you can't quite see is the word interoperability between those two boxes, and that sort of goes to this space as well, that there's a lot of discussion between the standard setters going on at the moment, and that's very much a sort of buzzword. The other point that's probably just worthwhile, and I think it sort of underlines what Ross said, was certainly I participated in an event during the autumn, the UN Commission Trade and Development event, and the ESRS, the EFRAG Secretariat were there and presented what they were doing, and there was a lot of quite strong criticism of, why are you developing something different from when we've already got GRI and now we've got IPSASB. This is not helpful. It's pretty blunt, actually. So I think we need to be very careful whilst, as Ross said, I think we need to be cognizant of what's going on and aware of developments in that space. But we've got to kind of, if you like, focus somewhere, and probably focusing on the two international frameworks rather than regional frameworks, because you could also add in maybe what the SCC is doing in the US as well to that, and perhaps what's going on at national level. So, yeah. But it's certainly, we need to talk about, we need to keep that in mind, certainly. And I'm sure that will come up in the event that we are hosting together with IFAC and Accountancy Europe in Brussels in a few weeks' time. Thomas.
Yes, just a short comment reacting on what Abdullah just said. In the CAG discussion in December, especially regarding leveraging on the ISB standards or private sector standards, the CAG made the comment that the board should be careful not to underestimate the differences between public sector and private sector. I think when we talk about the multi-stakeholder model, we talk about to whom are we reporting, but equally important is who is reporting. And in the public sector, probably much more the whole of government perspective is relevant compared to the entity perspective, which is the focus for these standards. So again, as in the natural resources project, the CAG just kind of recommended to make very clear what's the objective and what's the scope of sustainability reporting in the public sector. What do you want to achieve?
Thanks, Thomas. Todd.
Thanks, Thomas. You stole my thunder. I've sort of been sitting here reflecting on some of the conversation and thinking we do have to be clear about our objective and what we're trying to achieve. And I agree it's about leveraging off what's there in terms of ISSB and GRI. But if we really think about our objectives and what we're wanting to achieve here, it could be a little bit different. And I think we need to be able to explain ultimately why we might be different. And we've talked about decision-making and accountability and, what's set out in our framework in terms of users. All of those things, when brought together, could impact on the reasons that we want to be slightly different to some of the things that are already out there internationally. And that's going to be our main challenge, I think, to be able to articulate why we have done something different to those international standards that we're looking to leverage.
Thanks, Todd. Murray.
Thank you. My point is the same as Thomas, and it is more important to, from the interoperability perspective, it is important to pay attention to the IPSASB or the GRI and how the private sector prepare the guidelines. And however, it is more important for both public sector to make various stakeholders align with the goal of sustainability, multi-stakeholder focus. So the food as a users, from the point of the decision making, the users are policy makers, politicians, and administrative officers. And accountability point of view, it is the citizens and various constituents of the civil society who is a private sector preparers of the sustainability reporting guidelines of sustainability reporting. And so it is important for the public sector how to deconstruct the private sector sustainability reporting concept, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. Any other points? Oh, no, Yassi.
Okay, I just we talk about the sustainability and the we try to bridge between the our financial statement with the sustainability. And how about the regulatory impact on the sustainability, which sometimes didn't have a link with our financial statement? Does it included in this sustainability in terms of or IPSAS standard or something else? Thank you.
I mean, it's sort of interesting, isn't it? Because thinking back to what Miguel said the other day, and if you like, how GRI develops its impact assessment, or you know, wants organizations to reflect their impact assessment, then clearly that regulatory landscape is important. And the other challenge, which certainly IPSASB and IASB have, is that connectivity piece between sustainability reporting and the impact on financial reporting, which arguably they may find more challenges with, because structurally those two separate boards, even although they fit under the IFRS foundation, and that may be if we as a board move forward, then that actually may help us, because we'd be thinking about both the sustainability reporting at the same time as financial reporting. And clearly, you know, as we've seen, natural resources is going to be very much an area where that's we're going to be thinking about that. Okay. Patricia.
Thank you. I agree it's necessary to identify or to determine the objective, but I think before it's important to define the scope of sustainability. And sustainability, for example, is a line of SDGs or not. What is sustainability? And then what is the objective to report information about sustainability? And in my view, the main challenge is conciliate financial and non-financial information. And in my view, public sector has experience in publishing or to disclose a performance based on non-financial information. Some areas, for example, health, has the main indicators that some governments use these main indicators to say about their performance in this area. My concern is I think we should listen more about the public sector, how public sector define or plan the policies and the public policies, and how to implement public policies, and how to evaluate the public policies, because in this way you answer about the non-financial information, and then try to find ways to include financial information in this area, because in public sector the concern is about efficiency, effectivity. It's not about the for example, investor. I think it's not in the scope of public sector. In sum, I think I need to listen more how public sector uses resources to provide services for the people, and based on this, I think you learn about the indicators, non-financial impact, and try to identify how to conciliate with financial information. And financial, in the first moment, maybe think about efficiency. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, I think, you know, what you've underlined there is sort of the reasons why we as a board developed RPGs 1 and 3, because of that focus on outputs and outcomes that we needed to provide guidance on, and that is an area where I think we're actually ahead of the IASB, for example, or the ISSB. Neither of them actually have the equivalent guidance, but in adding the examples that we have, I think that shows the relevance, and that you know, how that some of that goes to some of the connectivity arguments. If you look at the examples around that we've added to RPG3, some of those would impact definitely in terms of the inputs would be impacting on your financial statements. Some of the outputs might, if you actually procure additional property, plant and equipment, but the outcomes certainly would not. And so I think we need to think about those and reflect on those, that we have moved the thinking further forward there. And how does that fit as we develop the other guidance, bearing in mind the accountability perspective as well? Thank you. So I've got Nima.
Thank you very much, Ian. I think this is a very interesting area, because really it covers the whole aspect of the public sector, where we have to show the outcome of the operations. We started with a very small document, small aspects of sustainability, which we picked from the IPSASB, which entities have started reporting on. And from our accountant general, I heard they have this meeting now of African Association of Accountant General, where in the upcoming meeting, I think they are also discussing around the same issues. So I think if we'll be able to link, as you're saying, sustainability and reporting, then we'll be able to show the relationship between the inputs and the outcome, which will be very relevant to the understanding of public sector financial statements, and automatically we'll be able to add value to stakeholders, I think.
Thanks, Nima. I think that's very helpful. Certainly, I think this is where it's going to be very important for board members to keep an eye on those debates going on in their jurisdictions and their regions. And probably what we ought to do with that in mind, you know, that example in mind, is actually make sure that we've worked up the presentational material that we have available on what we've done with RPGs 1 and 3, and as we begin to evolve our thinking and make sure that that's available for board members, so that as and when we're called upon to, you know, input, we've actually got a good way of telling our story, and as you say, Nima, you know, making people aware of the relevance of the thinking and how we're thinking about it in that public sector, with that public sector lens. So thanks for that. Avio Trow.
With regards to global public interests, I think there is an absolutely major issue that is the budgetary issue. We all know that sustainability is a bad word for governments and politicians because that's the way it is. They all are short-sighted. And because in the public sector, we have that very specific issue of budget execution, then we would have to go back to budget sustainability. So there's something we should address in a way or the other, that the sustainability reporting would help in the future provide better informed and better and more sustainable budget decisions for politicians, governments, because budget decisions are in the interest of many stakeholders, which are politicians who are elected and vote for in the legislative institutions, taxpayers, capital providers, the public in general. So I would like to see somewhere the idea that we are working in view of improving the attitudes towards making decisions that are sustainable and informing for the future with regards to budgets.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very powerful point, and it certainly sits well with the green PFM ideas that were being presented by the IMF on Monday. And I think you could see clear areas where we could support that agenda, and similarly, the sort of discussion that we'd had with OECD through the Paris Collaborative on green budgeting, and that very much, I think to an extent we influenced their thinking behind their principles from saying this is not about inputs, it's about outputs, impacts, and so on. And you can see that thinking as well in their document. But what we ought to do, I think, in presenting our ideas and our thinking is make sure that we link in with those, so that it is about PFM, and that makes the linkage in with the budget's development and execution, which I think was very clear in the IMF model, but I think it's also clear in the OECD model. So I think you're right on that, and we should make sure that our stakeholders see that linkage. Any other points? Abdullah, and then we'll move on to the next.
Yeah, just something on the stakeholders in sustainability, similar to natural resources, the stakeholders' stake is different because usually we are talking about the finance sector within the jurisdictions, but when you are talking about sustainability, it's broader. You're talking about different stakeholders, and sometimes that instigate some questions from different parties saying why you in the finance sector would want to report on this, what's in it, what you're trying to do, and the mechanism of reporting, quantification, and all that. So we might need to put that in mind once we are developing our work program.
Okay, thanks. I think a lot of the comments then actually start to move us into the next the next segment, if you like. But I think hearing strong support for that, it isn't just about if you like, the capital markets perspective that IPSASB is taking, that it needs, where we go, needs to go broader. Sorry, Lucy, final comment, and then I am going to move us on to the next discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment on the four scoping, the four quadrants that was presented by Celine, scoping assumption to move forward. In our CP, we said that we would also coordinate with other international sustainability reporting standards, including the statistical community, in order to maximize the extent to which the information that are prepared in accordance with the global public sector specific sustainability reporting could be drawn on for statistical reporting purposes. So I think we do not have to limit our source of authority or coordination with the GRI and ISSB. Maybe we can also consider the ISS standards, ISS, so that will be part also of our alignment projects with the ISS. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I think you're right. We're going to have to take into account that statistical perspective in terms of the metrics area when if we get into that, because clearly in terms of impacts, you need to be able to see the public sector impact in terms of climate targets, SDGs and so on, which means that we do need to be cognizant of the frameworks that have already been put in place by the statistical community to actually measure progress towards those. You would need to be able to see those at a government level, but also obviously government is the sum of the individual parts. So you need that clear line that goes from the overall targets down through the whole of government through to individual entities. And that does then impact on what's the relevance of those, how do those impact in terms of individual functions of government like education, healthcare and so on. So we're going to have a look at that, and that doesn't necessarily mean you might go anywhere different to, for example, the IPSASB guidance, or it might. We need to sort of leave that open, I think, but Lucy's right, we need that perspective because of the impact of the public sector own activities, but also policy and you know its impact on the broader economy. Okay, so move us on then into the conceptual framework.
Thank you. So the conceptual framework, ultimately, I think, you know, we've touched on objectives and users' information needs, but essentially, when we think about the conceptual framework, it was supported by, you know, some respondents as well, that it may be for financial reporting, but it does address general purpose financial reports. And so we can also look to it when we think about our sustainability reporting, and it may be a good starting point and lens for us to think about objectives, as we discussed, for decision-making and accountability, that extra accountability focus for the public sector, our users and their information needs, and qualitative characteristics, chapter 4, and reporting entity. And so these, when we think about them, they may be the same as for our financial reporting, but if there are differences, we're also not restricted or constrained, given the conceptual framework is not authoritative. And so we think about objectives, we may be aligned when we just broadly think decisions and decision-making and accountability. Users being service recipients and resource providers may be aligned. For me, at least, the question on what are the information needs and what, as to what Liang was talking about, if we just focus on what's the practical information needs, the substantive disclosures and requirements, that may look different from what we have in our conceptual framework, and that where it may be one area, you know, that we'll continue to look into. But certain qualitative characteristics of reporting entity will be, you know, certainly something we'll continue to consider at what level our public sector sustainability guidance really will start with, how we think about it. But the conceptual framework does give us a good starting framework, I think.
Thanks, Celine. So thoughts on that? Yep, over here, Adrian.
I think we'll have challenges there. Talking, for instance, of qualitative characteristics. If we put a light and magnifying glass on sustainability, which is new for many entities, many public entities, there will be some fears in the entities preparers, and of course we might be first focusing on truth and fairness, and okay, But we will have probably also an issue with prudence, which we discussed, and obscuring the information, because probably some of the entities will want to obscure the information provided because sustainability is so demanding. I mean, providing sustainability information is so demanding that maybe in this area, in this field, prudence or not obscuring will be real issues for preparers.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right on that, and really, I think that's where, you know, when you look at the stakeholder comments in response to the consultation paper, there were questions raised about, is the conceptual framework complete? How can you use it, and so on? And in a sense, actually, that's really if you like, the proposal that we at least begin to think about issues through those lenses, and then see, does that help us? It may well be that the framework is not complete, but at least actually when we developed it, we were thinking about non-financial reporting, because when the framework was being developed, in parallel with that, we were doing the thinking about recommended practice guidelines 1, 2, and 3. So we kind of had that in our minds. And then, as you say, we need to test and see, is it relevant, is it not relevant? You know, so it's kind of back to the earlier comments about we're charting, you know, we're setting sail or whatever, but at least we're kind of using, perhaps that's the compass analogy, that at least we've got something to guide us, and it may need to be improved over time, but it gives us something to start off with, some sort of frame of reference, particularly in, you know, if you think back to the first segment, actually the broader frame of reference, and to what extent do we need that? To what extent do we not need that? Lynn.
I try again. So I think we should use the conceptual framework. I think we could set, if we don't, we could set ourselves on a journey that would be never ending to find the right definitions of users and information needs, and we could spend years just on that topic. If the conceptual framework isn't perfect, I sort of don't mind, because I think the desire out there in our stakeholders is that we move to issue standards and guidance. And if we spend too long trying to understand to the very precise definition of users for sustainability, we may never get past that activity. So I think that we should use this as our starting point, move forward, get things out there, and then if at a later date we need to revisit some of the definitions of things like users and information needs as we learn more, we can do that as a phase 2. I think the conceptual framework gives us a very good framework by which to start moving forward to actually getting guidance, standards, whatever we want to call it, out there. So that's my first observation. My second observation is that the conceptual framework also enables us to provide better, clearer linkages between financial reporting and the sustainability reporting as well. So I think it's a good linkage between the two that we need to lever in, and that gives us a good way to do that. My final observation on the conceptual framework is a note to ourselves, I think, that we have recently and just approved a new Chapter 5 on elements. That new Chapter 5 on elements does include a revised definition of liabilities. I don't think we have yet tested that definition across our suite of financial reporting standards and the impact that we might wish that to have on our financial reporting standards. The reason why I draw attention to that is that in essence, the definition that we now have sets arguably a lower bar at which you would recognize liabilities. And I think we do need to reflect on that new definition in our natural resources project and then in due course in sustainability as well. So I don't think it's just the items that you've put up on the slide. I think we should reflect on elements and particularly the definition of liability.
Thanks, then. Ross, and then I'll go to Scott and Mary.
Yeah, just maybe building on that to share how staff's been thinking about it, very much how you're thinking about it, Lynn. I think earlier in the discussion, when we talked about the multi-stakeholder views and building off of existing guidance, members were making points about, well, public sector is very important. We have to make sure we're thinking about the public sector. Well, that means we have to start with our public sector conceptual framework. It is 100% designed for the public sector. It was designed for developing guidance for general purpose financial reports. It's not limited to financial statements. There might be some things not there. We might find that as we go through. But so far in our work, we haven't found gaps. We haven't found areas where it's not giving us the right lens to think about the issues. Again, we're talking sustainability reporting. This is a public sector conceptual framework for financial reporting. We're a little bit broader, but there aren't big gaps. You know, we've looked at, you know, your point, Hervé, Adrienne. If you look at relevance and faithful representation in our conceptual framework, I think that's exactly the point you were making. And then just the last point I would make is as we go through and do our first piece of guidance, we're kind of, I call it like a prototype. We're developing a prototype of how we're going to set sustainability standards in the public sector and the tools we're going to use to do that. The conceptual framework has to be our starting point. We have to build off of that. We have to identify areas where we need more in the future, but we can't wait and start doing a conceptual framework and start from scratch. If we do, whatever we put out will be completely irrelevant because others will move on.
Thanks, Ross. I'm not sure whether it's Scott or Murray that was first. Scott and then Murray.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment about the qualitative characteristics comment. I totally agree. It's not going to be easy, but if you think about all the greenwashing comments have been made that we heard on Monday, this is exactly why we need to do that, and that the conceptual framework gives us ability. If you look at one of the criticisms of GRI, they really didn't have qualitative characteristics. And that's why I asked the question I did the other day of GRI. They spent a lot of time telling organizations what to report, but not how to report it. And the qualitative characteristics, which I think where we can add value here, will be difficult, but I think it's where we're at value.
Thanks, Scott. And we might reflect on that when we get to thinking a bit more about GRI. It's helpful. Murray.
As to the reinforced participation, from my point of view, it is so important to identify the reporting entity from my point of view. And so because the reporting entity, there is so many entities, not only the governmental, national government and local government and municipalities, but also the business type public entities. And so we have to define who is the reporting entity. And then we will identify who is the users and the information needs, I think. And so the financial reporting is so important and financial materiality is so important. However, it should be bridged between the financial reporting, including the RPG 1 and RPG 3, and sustainability reporting. And we have to also consider about the mid-term or long-term perspective, financial reporting, fiscal sustainability. And so it is so difficult agenda issues. And we have to, at first, we have to start the reporting entity from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I think you've gone through a lot of the issues that we are going to face there, and those different perspectives in terms of short, medium, long term, the entity. But I think that probably all goes back to the point that Lynn made, actually, that what the strength of using the conceptual framework is actually we look at those in an integrated way, and that we're approaching it, thinking about it helps us think about both the financial reporting and sustainability reporting, in a connected way. Patricia.
Thank you. In relation to the reporting entity, there are different reporting entities in different small report entity and bigger reporting entity, and it has the consequence in the way that I conciliate financial information and non-financial information. For example, it is easy to evaluate the performance for best performance, country performances than municipality performances. And then I think we need to consider this challenge when in relation to different reporting entities. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Any other thoughts? So I think in terms of just moving forward with this kind of, trying to create a sort of framework for ourselves. Clearly, the conceptual framework has strong advantages, and I think we need to go into that with this. This is a new area. There may well be areas where it needs ultimately some, additional guidance, some clarification, and so on. But it gives us an existing tool, and I think again to Lynn's point, it gives us a tool we can use now in helping us move forward. So I see strong support for that assumption that we move forward using that as our sort of overall frame of reference. Okay, Celine, so move us then forward.
Right, thanks. So our next quadrant, I guess you'd say, is the ISSB, and looking to the ISSB, given its, set itself as the global baseline, we do have that capital market significance from a public sector standpoint. And we have a history of adapting with IFRS, right? Adapting IFRS for IPSAS. And so we see that commonality. We see the key principles, qualitative characteristics largely aligned. And so we propose a good baseline to also build our public sector standards off of. And certainly the question, if it addresses the investor focus, what additional information would be needed for that accountability standpoint? And that's certainly, we'll get into that as we talk about GRI, but just to agree upon that ISSB is almost a starting point. It would be captured with the public sector user information needs. And so I think just pause there, but that's essentially where we're thinking to certainly include ISSB, and the question then just becomes what's additional from there.
Okay, thanks for that introduction, Celine. So open up for thoughts and comments from board members. Andrew.
Just reflecting, I think we've had discussion on the reporting entity with the framework, and if we look at the ISSB, I mean, it's quite a volume of disclosures that's being produced in there. I think we are going to have to do some work on materiality just to try and help resolve some of the issues around reporting entities, which level of government you're in, what do you report under in terms of this globular, guidance that's going to be reduced in terms of sustainability. I guess GRI have got a little bit more of a building block approach, if I can call it that, than what the IPSASB is. So I think we just need to look at what's out there, and we will probably have to do some work on materiality to try and assist preparers with navigating the landscape.
Thanks, Andrew. Camilla?
Thanks, Chair. I think I agree with having the IPSASB material as baseline, but I do think that we need to replace the focus on enterprise value. Enterprise value is not relevant for public sector, so we need to look around, and also going back to the comment of Patricia that the scoping, there is, okay, we will present or disclose information that is material for what sustainable development, what is sustainability for the public sector, and then, yes, but I do think enterprise value should not be taken forward in our standards. Thanks.
Ross, did you want to come in, or Celine?
Just going to say, agree, the concept of enterprise value, however they retain it, might not fit in perfectly, but if you kind of step back and think of what it's reflecting, it's about the impact on the finances of the entity and how that might affect investment decisions. If you think about the public sector, I think it's still relevant that the impact on the government finances and the resources they have available to deliver their programmed activities are, equally as applicable as that idea. So we might have to use our policy to look at labeling and how we communicate that for public sector users better. But if we thought about this a lot when we were thinking about our general financial reporting program. And we do have differences in users, definitely in the public sector versus the private sector, but that doesn't normally end up with us in alignment projects taking away things from the private sector guidance, because it's providing financial information that's equally useful to our users in assessing the finances of governments. So I think that kind of thought process will go across to our work in working with IPSASB standards. Obviously, we have to see what the final standard looks like, but I think it'd be hard to envision that we wouldn't see things that are financially relevant in the guidance that wouldn't equally be financially relevant to public sector entities and users.
I think you're right. Between you and certainly there is some drafting, because I recall we had a similar discussion when we were developing the consultation paper, and I think we did there is something there that sort of explains that, if you like, difference in language, sort of subtle difference in perspective because of different users and so on. And I think perhaps we just need to go back to that in terms of reminding ourselves and being explicit how we will handle that difference, or how we would start to think about it. Lynn.
I think building on all of the points from Andrew and Camilla, I think we just need to caution ourselves in the language that we're using on the slide that defaults that additional information will be needed. I think we need to do the work on materiality, think about enterprise value, and then think about the different information needs that might arise. The reason why I say that is I think often we do default to adding to private sector requirements, and sometimes we then have the comments that our disclosures are unwieldy, burdensome, contain clutter, because we're often reluctant to remove a requirement that is in existence in the private sector. So I think we do need to challenge ourselves with the work on materiality, but just in our terminology, and think about the different information needs, which may or may not be additional, and challenge ourselves about removal as well as adding.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. It's interesting anecdotally. I think GRI was a little concerned when we sort of said that we would take forward S1 and S2 as alignment. So we do, I think you're right, we do need to think about not only exactly what do we mean, but also how do we communicate that. And interestingly, also IPSASB themselves have sort of started talking about global baseline plus and things like that. So again, I think if we think about how we signal, how we message, how we explain, I think possibly Claudia and then Liang, was that the order? Sorry, I'm not doing very well on picking up the right order today.
Thank you. I just want to add on what Lynn and you probably said. It's maybe just the wording, like we have it already in our literature. When we're using alignment or when we use adoption or adaptation, I think we used for retirement benefit plan. So maybe that would be maybe a better starting point to say we'll build up on an existing guidance, but added, like Lynn said, for the information what's for the public sector relevant. And we need to find a way, like Celine explained in the beginning, maybe we make some experience what is the best way.
Yeah, thanks. I think I've heard that from a number of members. We need to caution in terms of not, the amounts of information and so on. So materiality, that's when materiality becomes important. Liang.
I agree, Lynn and Claudia's comments. I just want to supplement a point. Actually, we just discussed, I think maybe one of the key difference between us and ISB is that we have agreed that we have a framework we can apply in drafting our guideline. So actually, I think because we have our framework and the objective and users and the information needs. So we just follow our approach to do our guideline. And actually for ISB, they currently, actually my understanding is they have no framework. And so I think our approach is not ISB's guideline plus additional information. We should develop our self and based on our framework. So it should not be an alignment approach, but our own project. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. So I'm hearing that quite strongly, that alignment is not what we're about here. So we need to get our syntax right, and that should help us as well, I think, in terms of approaching how we move forward. Any other thoughts and comments from members on use of IPSASB material? Patricia.
Yes, when we change the assumptions in relation to value creation or value creation for who, in the case not for investor, but for example, society, the model changes significantly. Then I think it's not the alignment, it's the adaptation, at least adaptation, I think. Thank you.
Thanks. And certainly listening to members, it reminds me of the discussion that we had around retirement benefit plans, where we said that's an adaptation rather than alignment, because we've had to make assumptions and so on, and remove options and those kinds of things. Todd.
Hopefully this one's working now. I agree that what we're doing here is an adaptation, and I think it's because of what we just discussed in the previous quadrant. We're saying we want to apply our conceptual framework as a starting point for this, and our conceptual framework's different to the frameworks that might have been looked to by the IASB, and I think we've already talked about the GRI perhaps not having one. What I see playing out here is if we focus on our conceptual framework and particularly the differences, that might mean that we need to think about what we want in our standards, which will be adapted from the IASB, where we want some differences to come through there. And I take the points about, I think it was Andrew raising in terms of materiality. So thinking about the reporting entities that this might apply to, we may have to come up with some differences across different entities or whatever. So it will look and feel a bit different to the underlying standards that we might be basing them on. But in saying that, if there are things that have come through in the underlying standards that are entirely consistent with the frameworks that we're using, then you'd have to ask, why wouldn't some of that sort of sit there, at least in the first iteration, before you sort of overlay materiality and some of these other things? But I think broadly, I'm agreeing with all of the comments that have been made through the course of this discussion in terms of how we might adapt the ISSB material.
Thanks, Todd. Any other thoughts then? Okay, so I think before we move on to discuss GRI, I'm going to suggest that we take a break here. So if we can come back at 5:02, and then we'll start to pick up on the relevance in terms of GRI guidance. And obviously, Miguel Perez's presentation the other day is very helpful in providing us with context for that discussion. Okay, so back at 5:02, please. Okay, so if we can come back into the session, and then if we can move into the final quadrant, pick up on GRI.
Right. So with GRI, thinking about the multi-stakeholder approach and the multi-stakeholder focus that GRI brings, we would propose to draw on GRI, but Miguel did share their approach and their structure and framework, which is different. And as Scott mentioned, they don't have qualitative characteristics. I think in their GRI 1 foundation, they look to reporting principles. So, we've looked and compared. There is some alignment, but there are differences compared to our conceptual framework. So some things that we have to consider. I think largely they do fall into our faithful representation, and relevance is a slightly nuanced differences. And so we'll have to see how that ultimately translates. And also the concept of reporting entity, they don't have those limitations. So in the standard itself, it doesn't provide that guidance. You can be reporting on a different basis than your financial reports, different consolidation. In practice, it may be largely aligned, but their standards and the principles are different from ours. So some things to consider. And given their objective of transparency, the nature of their disclosure is also broadly, there are some differences as well. So they look at for example, immateriality. They would require you to disclose your process for identifying material concepts, which is something quite different. We don't typically look at processes or disclosing. Also, they talk about their stakeholder engagement is a critical process, or part of the process of identifying material topics and looking at remediation. And so there's a lot of disclosures around that as well. And so we have to think a lot about how much of that is useful for that decision making and accountability for public sector users, and do we look to the full extent, or to that same point, if we're adding and removing, right? What elements do we think are applicable for the public sector, and conscious of not overburdening and having that cost benefit thought, and being really focused on what's useful for our public sector users will be critical when we think about GRI as well. And to the points earlier about adapting ISSB, that certainly it makes a lot of sense, because if we're trying to bring these two together, that interoperability piece will be a challenge for us, and how we bring those two different standpoints together. And to Abdullah's point earlier, we do also have to think about that policy and regulatory role of the government, which is not necessarily clearly addressed in either ISSB or GRI, and that will have to be an additional layer for us to consider and think about when we talk about the multi-stakeholder approach and the impact of the public sector. So I'll pause there for any comments and any feedback.
Thanks, Celine. So yeah, pause, open up for comments from board members. Obviously, it was very helpful having the introductory session from Miguel earlier on in the week. Sort of any reflects in the context of either what he said or what Celine's just said. Yeah, Leanne, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I also read GRA guideline recently, and to be frank, from a guy as me that always read IFRS standard or our IPSASB standard, actually the style, the layout is quite different. But I think one of matter that we can apply is its overall approach. as also introduced at the education session. Actually, their approach is that first to assess what is material or what is significant to the users of the reports. So I think that actually we have our framework, and we also can define or to have our users and have make analysis on the information needs. Then we can follow their approach to assess what is important, what is material to the users of the reports, then to decide what should be disclosed, what should be including in the sustainability reporting. I think maybe this is one of the most important matters that we can brought from the GRI guideline. It is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. David and then Scott.
Thank you very much. It's probably a question that needs to be perhaps considered rather than something that could be answered now. But one of the things that Miguel mentioned towards the end of his presentation on Tuesday was the idea of working with us as the IPSASB to produce one of their sector-specific guides for the public sector. And I'm just wondering how much that's going to impact or not, or overlap with anything that we might do. And I think, I mean, it's nice to have joint working, but I wouldn't want it to start duplicating things.
Thanks, David. I mean, it's certainly an area we're going to have to work out. And one of the early areas might be that they are doing work on climate change, which clearly is relevant in terms of IPSASB's S2, but it's also an area that we've identified as well as a result. So that might be one of the earlier areas. They're still very much, although we've had a discussion with them about sectors and the fact that the public sector is much broader than the sectors that they've identified. So they've got a remit to think about that and do some research on that. And that's something they're going to look at going, you know, in terms of similarities and differences with sectors that they were already thought about picking up. So watch this space, I think, is the but I think it goes back to actually we need to be clearer on how we're going to approach this through the lens of the conceptual framework. And it may well be that one of the early actions coming out of this is actually that we could actually do, you know, a kind of high level map for ourselves, comparing the concepts in our framework across how IPSASB is approaching it, how GRI is approaching it, so that we have that map for ourselves along the lines that that Liang was suggesting, so that we can use some of the concepts, but we use them in the way that works within our framework or works consistently with our framework. Scott.
Yeah, thank you. Even with my concern about lack of characteristics, I think at this point it's very valuable to be partnering with GRI on this. They've been around since the late 80s. If you know a little history on them, they've been around a very long period of time. They've been in this space longer than probably any I don't want to say standard setter, but they became a standard setter in the 2016 that he thought about, but they were issuing guidelines long before that. I think there's definitely to your point, Ian, is a way to leverage the topics in the sectors for we, and it may help us to make more progress quicker about leveraging that. But there is a caution about David's point about getting kind of bogged down and into the process. So, but I think at this point and having 4 quadrants, I think it makes sense.
Thanks, Scott. Other thoughts and comments? Yes, Lucy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Miguel's presentation last Tuesday is actually very helpful in understanding the concepts of GRI standards and how they are developed and structured. And I remember he said that the GRI standards can be used by any organization, large or small, private or public, and that they are the standards are the most widely adopted sustainability reporting framework. So I think there is a strength in leveraging our project to the GRI standards. Particularly interesting is that the GRI standards are in three modular sets. So Miguel said that they have the universal standards, sectoral standards, and topic standards. The comments earlier about materiality and reporting entity might be addressed if you consider how we can maximize the benefits of using GRI standards as our references for this project. But I do agree that we really have to be cautious in developing our own standards for the public sector and really take into consideration our conceptual framework mainly our conceptual framework in developing the standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Mike.
Sorry. So regarding the last slide and this slide, I just want to remind when it comes to the conceptual framework that even from the German perspective, it would be good just to underline that it's a baseline for any entities which might not do accrual accounting, because if you look into the GRI standards, I think there's no reason why you would necessarily need accrual accounting as a basis. But in order to promote that, what we are doing, it would be definitely beneficial if there would be in the scope just sort information on that our proposal is that it's for the entire public sector and not just for limited type of entities which are doing IPSAS accounting or another type of accrual accounting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Lynn.
I'm really happy with the direction of travel. What keeps going through my mind, however, is recognition that the GRI standards are pretty detailed and pretty onerous for entities to adopt. That doesn't mean that they are not the best practice. And what then goes through my mind is how do we consider take up of our standards, and our guidance? What we don't want to do is make the public sector sort of bar to implementing our guidance so high that we're putting burdens on the public sector in terms of data collection and disclosure. So I guess there's a word of caution from my perspective that I think this is right, and I think this is right in terms of the gold standard. But I think there's also, incumbent on us is to perhaps get our stakeholders out there, who are going to be our early adopters of that gold standard. What we don't want to do is set a gold standard of guidance that actually sets such a high bar that it then isn't used. And it's quite a fine line to tread. And maybe some of that fine line to tread is what do we think is mandatory versus good practice? How do we distinguish that? Maybe part of it is materiality. But I think in adopting this approach and sort of using GRI, we have to realise that that is a lot of burden, and we do want take up.
Thanks, then Ross, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and shouldn't lose sight that from the CP, one of the key comments back to us as a board was to ensure that we were thinking about both developing and developed countries, and that we're not just catering to the developed world, that we're thinking about the needs of the developing sector from both a PFM perspective and a sustainability perspective. So, that was a comment we did here, and we should reflect that in our standard setting.
And I think that was also a comment that came up in the discussion with the PIC actually last week as well, about thinking about the needs of the developing world. I mean, it does sort of, in terms of taking this forward, I think there's a couple of thoughts that have occurred to me. And one is, I think it would be helpful to have that mapping between our conceptual framework and the frame of reference for IPSASB, so IASB, and the GRI general requirements, as Lucy highlighted in GR 1 to 3. And picking up on Scott's point, then in terms of QCs, and also I think Maria's point on reporting entity, those probably give us a sort of principled way of saying, well, okay, where might we not want to go as far as GRI? And so in a sense, actually, you could see us beginning to build a process that actually, a bit like our existing processes for building off ISB guidance or the statistical guidance, that actually gave us a principled way of saying, well, actually, we might use the overall approach that GRI takes, but actually we would potentially rein it in, if you like, a bit, using some of the concepts in the conceptual framework around qualitative characteristics and the reporting entity. We clearly need to work our way through this, but I think, picking up on Liang's point, if we can work out what the similarities and what the differences are, then that would help us begin to address in a principled way the concern that Lynn articulated, which is that, we shouldn't, because it's clear full compliance with GRI actually is a very, demanding proposition, and we don't want to exclude people, and we also want to try and make it fit for the public sector. So it seems to me that it might take us a while to evolve it, and maybe we will only evolve it through actually doing a first piece of guidance, but actually we should have that principled way of actually saying, actually it's maybe used in the thinking in GRI, but it's not as extensive because we apply this lens. Easier said than done, but maybe that's sort of, we need to explore that as a way forward. Claudia, to you next.
Thank you. I would add something what just come in my mind about the burden and what Mike said. We have a cash accounting standard, and maybe that could help us. There are some implementation periods included, so that it's not necessarily relevant to have all of the standards or disclosures at the first date in line, so they can build on, so that we have the way to come to our gold standard, how it called. So maybe that could be just keep in mind that we have already such guidance developed, which helps to get the right track and find the way to come up to the final full approval of standards.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. And then I think it's going to be interesting to see, because IPSASB are thinking about this and clearly thinking about transitional requirements and how you build, and not necessarily doing scope 3 upfront and things like that. And so I think we should really have a look at what, if they're thinking about it and there's some learning there that we can take, then let's use that. Because it's probably quite helpful to be just a little behind everybody else and go, yeah, we'll have some of that, we'll have some of that, we'll have some of that, and put it together for how our constituents, what will work for them. Equally, I would say, I think where we're sort of beginning to go actually helps us in terms of actually having a dialogue with both organisations, because as we start to develop our thinking, that enhances our ability to have a dialogue with them and potentially influence them going forwards, because they're going to need to think in exactly this space over the coming years about how they work together. Any other thoughts there? Lynn?
I'm going to tease Claudia. I thought you would put your flag up to volunteer to cover it in the differential reporting project. That maybe there is learning that we can get from that project to apply in this area as well.
It's a nice challenge, actually, but I think you've probably got a fair degree of challenge in that one already. Okay. Any other thoughts on this? Okay, so I think a couple of actions there, Celine. Oh, sorry, Patricia, apologies.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. I think it's a general, it's not specific for GRE. But I think in the first moment, it's important to define the assumptions of the model of the sustainability reporting. After that, I think it's possible to identify what is good for our model from the IPSASB and the GRA, I think. Because in this moment, we need to have a criterion to define, and it's good, it's not good, it's attained, it's not meet our interest. It's my suggestion to start with the assumptions of the model of the sustainability reporting for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Patricia. I think that goes with the kind of, if we can be clear about the similarities and the differences, and where and why we might rein back in on the requirements in GRI, and then potentially that's, if we go forward with climate, that may actually be a very helpful area to work with, because we know that IPSASB, that's their S2, is one of the first pieces of guidance. GRI have their project and they're thinking about this as well. And if that's one of our first projects, that may be, we can learn and test our thinking and refine our thinking as we go, but having developed our overall thinking and approach, in the context of the discussion that we're having today. Okay.
So to Ian's point, really, with this framework, these 4 quadrants, we would propose practically we want to test it and apply it. Until we have all these concepts and conceptual thinking, we need to get our feet wet and start testing it, exploring how the IPSASB and the GRI framework would address those user needs and our objectives. And so we would like to propose that of the 3 projects that we agreed on in December, we focus on one, and we would propose to initially focus on climate. Take climate as our first pilot or prototype to explore, and what we learn from this first project, we can then apply to developing our other projects. And so we would propose initially climate, given the urgency and the support from our CP respondents, as climate first being the first, most pressing topic. And then it would be a pragmatic approach that in light of the resources that we have, we take one, fully explore it and move from there. And it is the most mature and well-established topic that it gives us a realistic frame of reference when we discuss, metrics, targets. We have the IPSASB S2 well-established, and GRI, who is looking at reviewing their climate standards this year as well. So it gives us a very concrete, realistic frame of reference to be discussing when we start into the sustainability work program. And so that's what we'd like to propose for this second quarter. We will focus and look at applying, all the discussions and concepts that we talked about today into specifically the climate project to bring back in June.
So this isn't saying that we wouldn't take the other two projects forward, but it's sort of the reasons that Celine has outlined, and also potentially in terms of some of the active discussions on resources that this may be the one to lead with, if you like. So just check that members are sort of, if you like, supportive of that direction of thinking. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What would be the rationale for going with this one first before S1 general disclosure? We could be challenged on putting the cart in front of the horse. I do find general disclosure has a lot of good content to get you started as a reporter, right? Where does the guidance fit? How frequent do I need to report? Materiality. So all of that, I'm just, you must have thought about that. So what's the rationale to do climate first?
Thanks, Renee. Good point. Ross, do you want to pick that one up?
I'll give it a first shot if that's all right. Simply, it's the most urgent issue that we heard from. And we have a presentation and disclosure chapter in the conceptual framework that we can use to develop that guidance. And we think it's the best test case to think about real issues where you've got reporting of metrics, things like that are kind of in that sustainability realm, that the board will be able to test its thinking on how we apply the framework, how we think about sustainability in an accessible topic. And frankly, we don't have the resources to do both, and we don't want to wait on climate.
I mean, I think, in thinking about it, in a sense, we started down the road of developing the thinking in the conversation that we've just had, and climate allows us a specific area. But you're right, Renee, that we would need to move out from that, and S1 does give you, or the reason why IPSASB has done S1 is because it gives you an overall frame of reference, and I think as Ross has said, this is the art of the possible. So if we get initial resources in that would allow us to move climate forward, that's not to say that we can't then start in fairly short order after that on the general framework and also the proposed projects on natural resources. But it's about actually how do you get started, really, and that's the reason why Staff's proposing that first, or if you like, that's the starter first, but not necessarily excluding starting on the others as and when the resources become available. Right.
So thank you, Chair. Just one observation. I pretty much would support that priority, and that is perfectly in line what international Supreme Audit institutions are doing, especially regarding international audit mandates. We tend to audit a broad range of SDGs, but nevertheless, we also focus on climate change at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And it's just building on Renee's comment. We can start on this project, but are we thinking that we would take this through to some sort of exposure ahead of something like SS1, or we want to start here, test all of our thinking through this, and then maybe we would do the other project and have them go out together? Or is there any thinking being done in that area? Because I think Renee has got a good point about if you don't have the overall frame and we expose this, what are we likely to get from the comments if they don't understand the broader frame?
Ross?
Yeah, again, evolving area for our thinking, but we're not completely without guidance in the broader sustainability reporting space. So there is a need to think about our RPGs we already have and our framework, but our thinking is this is where we'll start. We don't have a timeline worked up for when we'll have an exposure draft ready. We don't have a timeline for when we'll start everything else, because we still don't have any new committed funding at all, other than the money we've got from ACCA. So we don't want to be too ambitious in our promises right now until we get the funding situation properly put in place. There are active discussions, but there is a real resource issue here. And we don't want to go out with a really strong proposal that we're going to do A, B, and C, and we're going to do on these timelines, and we don't have any commitments from anyone to provide us any resources to help do it.
And that's probably the answer back to those that want us to do a broader framework. Well, that's fine, but and I think it is back to the resource question ultimately, and this appears the most likely area that we might be able to secure resources, but they would be limited. So we would then need others to come in and support as well if we were to move forward with either of the other initial areas that we were proposing. Lynn.
So is there a risk then that we would end up doing something on this and nothing else? And is that the right legacy from this work? I guess I would support what Renee was suggesting, potentially.
It's what the board said in December we'd be doing, 6 months of research, and if we didn't get funding, we wouldn't take it forward.
Sorry, maybe I'm not understanding then. I think I had understood what you just said, that we would actually then take something forward specifically on climate rather than a more general disclosures. And I guess my observation is if we don't get any more funding, will the end of our work at this phase be something on climate only? And is that the right place for us to end our work, or would a better place be something on general disclosures?
I think if we don't get funding in June, we won't have anything we produce. I think it's the focus from now till June is we're going to focus on climate and test our thinking we talked about today. But the funding issue hasn't disappeared. We're using some of our financial resourcing staff now to do it. And Celine's been leading on it with help from Dave and I, but we have a serious funding issue. And if we want to take forward a program of work, we're going to need broad-based funding. We do have some potential, as I've said, that I think to support climate that we're exploring, but we don't have much beyond that.
Todd.
Thanks for that explanation. It helps. What I'm sort of hearing is because we don't have secured funding, we are better to start on this project, because if potential funders see the direction of travel from what we're doing here, it's more likely seeing what we do in this space as helping to achieve that funding than starting with the general disclosure. Am I right in that thinking? Because then I think absolutely, if a project like this is going to help us to secure additional funding because potential funders see the benefit from this that they may not see if we started with the general disclosure, tick, makes sense. But I'd still come back to, yes, this is sort of research and we might be then ready in this space after, the next 3 months. I don't know how long it might take, but when we actually get to a point of securing additional funding, we need to move to that general project and make sure that we think about the sequencing of what we might do. And I think that general one will be an important one to get out, either at the same time as this or ahead of this one ultimately. So if that's sort of what we're thinking, absolutely 100% behind doing this as the first project.
I think that's a very good summary, sort of exactly the position. Yeah. Okay, well, that's helpful to sort of get the board's reaction, and I think, you know, Todd, you summarised the position very well. You know, we've always talked about needing the anchor tenant in, and you know, as Ross has indicated, climate looks like that may be the best way to secure that initial significant tranche of funding, but no, not certain yet, but looking more promising in that area. Okay, I think that's helpful. I think one thing, just going back to the slides that we've gone through, we've actually developed and elaborated the board's thinking around those 4 quadrants and how we might want to approach those and so on. And what I'd like to suggest is that staff actually work those slides up to reflect the discussion that the board has actually had today, and then that we circulate those back around the board, because I want to make sure that it actually collects, you know, that we do have a sort of, you know, they reflect our collective view. Certainly I'm thinking that I'm doing an opening presentation at this event in Brussels in early April, and it would be very helpful to be able to essentially outline that high level thinking, and to get that out there. So, but I do want to make sure that it actually reflects our thinking as a board. So if you're okay with that, I'll ask, you know, if we make that request to staff and that they get those slides back round, you know, just reflecting our thinking. Okay, Sonny? Any other points anybody wants to make just before we close the session? Thomas?
Yeah, I think probably just a question, from my understanding, against the discussion results of the CAG. And I said that earlier, that the overarching recommendation is to get clarity on the objective and scope of sustainability reporting in general. So moving towards climate first, does that make it necessary to define what sustainability is and what the objective is in general, or does it kind of put that aside for a moment and start more specifically and saying, okay, we concentrate on climate and leave the broader frame for later?
Yes, I think it is that approach, because I think, again, it's back to some of what Lynn was saying, that actually if we try and arrive at you know, a definition and a delineation at this stage, we might never get there. And the important thing is actually to get started, and you know, develop the thinking. So it's not to say that isn't important, but not now.
No, I think I fully understand that. And I think that's a little bit comparable to how the board started its work in general, back in 1997, when you just had to put out something, and we kind of framed this kind of core set of standards, and later on kind of defined the broader frame. I see a little bit comparable.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the board started in 1997 on, you know, in the areas that were to a greater degree aligned with the IFRS's or IS's then, and it only started developing its conceptual framework from 2006 onwards in the light of that experience. And of course, then we used it and we refined the framework, and you could see that same process actually playing out with sustainability reporting, of course, contingent on the funding. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I recall a couple of slides that we exchanged, and we were articulating the research phase, the 6 months research and scoping phase in 3 different projects, right? So S1, S2, natural resource stream 2. So what I hear now is research and scoping phase, which ends in June, would focus on climate. And the 2 others are on our radar, but they're not being researched per se during this research and scoping phase because of resource. We are going to research the climate topic. I think that's how I understand the decision.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, clearly the thinking that we're doing and will inevitably have to do, I think, would then, as Todd articulated, would allow us then to move quicker, for example, on a framework. But it is, we have to focus somewhere. Ross?
Yeah, just to say, Renee, I agree with that in terms of what we're doing. Maybe a slight nuance is we are still researching the broader topics as we learn about the frameworks, understand the landscape, look at the guidance that exists. So we're not just focusing on climate. We're not looking at what's out there, but our focus on what we're thinking, what the IPSASB might do, we're using climate as the lens for thinking through applying the framework with a specific topic.
Renee?
Yes, to build on that, it's bringing back an idea I had, but I decided not to raise it. I will now. So if we are considering, let's say, the general disclosure standard S1, we're spending some time looking at it. Could there be a communication to constituents at some point, whenever we're ready to communicate about the work we've done on climate, that, well, maybe S1 is a place to look. If you're looking for a general framework, maybe you can go and read S1, and that could be a starting point. I know there's a lot of stuff in there that's private company specific. So that's why I didn't raise my comment earlier, because I'm not sure it's the right thing to say either. But like, I don't know how we would communicate. We could communicate this in a more holistic way, right?
I mean, I think your point about communication is going to be very important. There was clearly a lot of interest in the position that we took in December. Well, there was a lot of interest in the fact we were going to publish a consultation paper, in the consultation paper, and then in the position that we took in December. And so you're right, we're going to need to continue to communicate. And indeed, actually, the Brussels event will almost be the next step that we are continuing to think about this. I think we will need to then think concretely in June about what we say further at that stage, because as Ross said, at the moment, we have no firm resources. So the question for June will be, has that picture changed by then? And if then, if we do, then what do we say in the context of that? And then nuancing it in terms of the other 2 areas. I think, clearly natural resources was an area where we said, look, we've got feedback on that, and it may well be that we collect issues as we begin to think about moving forward on the financial reporting projects on natural resources. That doesn't stop us collecting issues, and so on there that would help us later. But what it does mean at the moment is in concentrating on being able to move forward from June based on the current negotiations, that would be climate will be where we focus the limited resource, and also helping to develop our thinking both in terms of the comparison of frameworks and also the thinking about what that looks like in a project brief for climate. Okay, people content with that as a summary of where we are? Okay, So thank you, Celine, for putting that together, and thank you everyone for a very good discussion. I think that was a very necessary discussion for us as a board, and it will certainly help staff to focus going forward. I think it would also help us as well in beginning to articulate to potential funders what it is that we will be looking to do. So very helpful discussion. Okay, so then having concluded on that, then we move into the first substantive discussion for us as a board on the next strategy and work programme. Obviously, it's helpful that we have Thomas here as well, because the CAG had a first discussion at their December meeting as well, so we can feed in the discussion from that. So, Dave, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And this session really follows well from sustainability, and hopefully I can tie it all in a bow and wrap it all together for everyone. But where we see going forward, we think sustainability has a place, assuming that everything goes well in June. And like I said, I'll try to bring it all together at the end. As Ian just mentioned, we gave a similar presentation to the CAG in December, and peppered throughout this presentation, we'll hear from Thomas's CAG advice is relevant for the IPSASB to hear. The way that we set up this presentation is in four parts, and the first one really focus on the current strategy. I won't dive into this in a great detail because I know most members are familiar with it. They've lived it for the past number of years, and even those new members, you would have heard Ross and I speak to you about it a few weeks ago. So everyone's, I would assume, fairly well versed in this, but there are a few points I want to touch on. Then I'll talk about the change in the environment compared to 2019 when the strategy was issued and what's different now. Then staff has some initial proposals, and then I'll share a timeline of where staff sees this project going over the next year or so. One point I wanted to make and why we're starting with the current strategy is because the current strategy has really served the board well over the past 5 years. This hasn't been a set and forget. The IPSASB really lives this. In every single meeting, we talk about themes A through E. You fill out Excel spreadsheets every quarter talking about the outreach events that you participated in, talking about these themes. And the IPSASB has really lived this for the past 5 years. And as you'll see when we get to staff recommendations and the initial proposal, not only has it served the IPSASB well for the past 5 years, but we think adjusting it for the current environment and updating it for changes and the new environment in 2023, 2024 is really the way to go forward. So that's why we're starting with the current strategy. What was proposed in the 2019 through 2023 strategy, the key strategy of the IPSASB was to strengthen PFM globally through increasing adoption accrual-based IPSAS. Now, this was really done through two key activities, the orange box on the left and the yellow box on the right. And when I think about the orange box, delivering global standards, I really think of that as the bread and butter of the board. It's really what the board leads on. It's what we do in every quarter, what we're talking about around the table here. It's where you develop the public sector specific standards, the IFRS aligned standards, and then our other reporting standards that are relevant to stakeholders. The yellow box on the right, this is one where I really see this as the IPSASB partnering with other organizations that share the IPSASB's goals. And this is the outreach events. It's partnering with IFAC on adoption documents that they develop. And again, this is really not the IPSASB taking a back seat, but not leading in the same way that it does on the orange box. When developing this strategy, the IPSASB developed 5 themes on how to develop or to push through these two activities. So if you remember the orange and yellow, that's how we've set it up on the next slide. The orange box on the left, the delivering global standards, that's done through theme A, B, and C. Theme A are the public sector specific standards. So that's our natural resources project. Theme B are maintaining alignment with IFRS guidance. That'll be financial instruments, for example. And then theme C, this is, at least in my view, maybe where we've been a little lighter in 2019 through 2023. But I think a good example of this would be the ongoing, or I guess recently completed, reporting sustainability program information project. Something that sits outside the core standards, but it's developing guidance that meets the broader users of public sector financial reports. And then at the bottom, you'll see theme D and theme E. Again, this is where the IPSASB looks to partner with organizations that have similar views or similar goals to the IPSASB. And theme E on the left is advocating for strengthening accrual, or advocating for the benefits of accrual by strengthening PFM, and then promoting IPSAS adoption and implementation. The next slide shows what the IPSASB's done over the past 5 years. And
so just before you move off that, just going back to that overall theme and those areas, one thing it might be worth just highlighting is that they in themselves were actually developments of the earlier 5-year strategy. So this has all been part of an evolutionary process rather than, so it just sort of the 2019 to 2023 strategy rather sort of sharpens the focus over the previous 5-year strategy, but it's all been part of a direction of travel.
And then I think the last slide in this portion of the presentation presents what the IPSASB's done in the past 5 years and where they fit into each of the themes. Under theme A, you'll see the natural resources project, the transfer expenses project, revenue measurement, and property, plant, and equipment. Under our IFRS alignment, the orange box on the right, revenue, leases, non-current assets, and then at least an adaptation retirement benefit plans. And then at the very bottom are theme D and E initiatives. And this is, in this case, what we have are examples where the IPSASB's partnered with IFAC, and that's pathways to accrual, the update of the International Public Sector Financial Accountability Index, and electronic or EIS. And that's the virtual or the virtual version of IPSAS that are available to our users. So again, I go back to my point where we don't have anything in the theme C box here. Again, I'd point to what the IPSASB is working on right now in sustainability, and that's probably where we'll move going forward. But this is what the IPSASB's done during this strategy period.
Thanks, Dave, for that introduction. So yeah, open for questions from the board. Ross, did you want to make a comment before taking comments from board?
Yeah, just maybe to give a little bit of context of themes D and E. When the strategy was developed, we did specifically identify that that's area where board member outreach, staff engagement's critically important, but not necessarily an area where we would deliver guidance ourselves, but maybe work with others to develop that guidance. So Dave highlighted a few outputs in that space that we kind of claim as, you know, our collective outputs in that space. We were involved in those and discussions, but those were things that other bodies developed to use around the application and support of the application of standards. And that's actually an innovation that we've done in this strategy where we've more formalized that process, something the staff have always done and the board's always done. I think it's an important one to highlight going forward as the standards mature. I think you're going to see more activity in that space where we're going to need to be innovative and nimble in how we engage and make sure that we're helping promote the use and adoption of IPSAS.
Okay, any observations from board members? Okay.
So what's changed since 2019? And there were 3 key areas that staff identified that have really been changes in environment between 2019 and 2023, 2024, as we move into the development of the next strategy. The first one is, and I don't think this can be understated, it's IPSAS is more complete now than it was in 2019. And Ross and I talk about this a lot, where there doesn't seem like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit anymore. There's not projects that are easily identifiable or holes in the current set of IPSAS that the IPSASB needs to take on. I really see the projects that the IPSASB's taken on now, differential reporting and presentation of financial statements. They're not topic specific like revenue, transfer expenses, measurement. They're how the financial statements interact with users. It's a different lens as to where the IPSASB is moving. And what that means for going forward in the strategy and what our stakeholders will expect of the IPSASB is maintaining the existing suite of IPSAS. So whether that's through post-implementation reviews, or I don't want to say more improvements projects, but more robust improvement projects or limited scope projects. That's where the IPSASB is going to have to focus, because like I just said, there's just not the gaps in the literature that existed in 2019. The second change is IPSAS adoption. And I didn't include this slide, but I'm sure you've all seen it, where we have the graph and the chart of all the jurisdictions around the world and how the expected uptake in accrual, the application of accrual accounting and IPSAS in general is expected to increase significantly over the next 10 years. And you can see on this slide right here, 30% of jurisdictions reported on accrual in 2020, and that's supposed to go up to almost 75% in 2030. And that really means two things from at least my perspective. At least in the short term, the IPSASB has a role to play in helping jurisdictions adopt, and whether that's making IPSAS 33 more digestible to help those jurisdictions get onto IPSAS, or going out and doing additional outreach to help those jurisdictions. That's the role that the IPSASB is going to play there. And then as I see longer term, once we get past this big group of adoption, there's just going to be more users that are applying IPSAS. And that again will change the focus of what the demands on the board are. And I think that brings us back up into that first maintaining IPSAS point, that users in general are going to demand a different lens from the IPSASB. It won't necessarily be developing new standards, but it's maintaining what the IPSAS has already developed. The last point I wanted to make on these two differences compared to 2019, these are points that I was making back in 2021, or the board was making back in 2021, where we were talking about the limited scope review. These changes had already begun to be seen or evidenced back in 2021. Whereas the third change, maybe you could have seen back in 2021, but the board wasn't talking about it the same way that it is now, and that's sustainability. When we went out in 2021 with the mid-period work program consultation, the board discussed sustainability, but thought it was significant enough that we should wait to have a serious discussion on it until 2023, 2024, when the new strategy was being developed. But when we heard back from our constituents, they said, now is the time, don't miss this opportunity. The IPSASB has to get involved. And that's really one of the big drivers that brought us into sustainability. And you just heard from Celine on where we're going with that. And that really is a big difference between 2019 and 2023, the ask from our stakeholders to lead on sustainability.
Thanks, Dave. So maybe if you can just flick back to that slide. Interested if members sort of, if you like, share that bigger picture observation, those bigger picture observations, if there's other dimensions that you think we need to bring into consideration. Adrian?
Yes, I think, well, definitely, because we have developed a now a broad range of standards, and with some significant new concepts or techniques, there is definitely a need for support on the implementation. And we got that feedback in Cash. I remember people asking for help in the interpretation or implementation. The problem with interpretation, I was for long in favor of setting up an interpretation board or something that would have an authoritative voice in the interpretation process. But I understand that it would be a bit tricky to have that sort of board, first because of a need for resources, and second because of the implication of having an authoritative voice in the interpretation. Now, considering that, well, normally the whole set of BCs, IGs, IEs are meant to help readers to understand and implement the standards. I don't think there would be enough room and enough work to set up a very specific and formalized interpretation or implementation system or procedure. However, we need to have those implementation reviews, of course, and I think this is a very good point. We need to have feedbacks on the use of standards, and we need to give feedbacks to the feedbacks. So I was thinking of something that we could, well, work out that would be from time to time, based on the feedbacks we receive, issue a sort of an interpretation note or implementation note on the site, on the website, on very specific one or the other of the subjects or the issues that are brought to us back from the users.
Thanks, Adrian. Ross.
Thanks, Hervé Adrian. Have you been reading the staff emails? Have you? Because as you've just described, it is kind of a pragmatic approach we've been working on for a while behind the scenes when we have some time on how we would have, call it a task force or whatever, working group of some sort, and a process for receiving feedback from users of the standards where they can highlight challenges. Staff would assess them, take them to a task force for a discussion, decide whether there was something from a standard setting perspective the board needs to consider. If so, put that into a pipeline of consideration for the board, and kind of how that process would work. We've been looking at other standard setters and similar processes and how we might take those processes and make them fit for purpose for us, including looking at the ISB's process, which is much more robust than what we'd be able to undertake. We wouldn't be able to have a separate interpretations committee, but we think there's a way we could do it within our current framework, utilizing the existing board, the CAG, and work that through. So this is something we plan to kind of have a little more flesh on the bone in our thinking by the time we finalize the strategy, so that we can, make a more open proposal on how we plan to do this. But that's very much part of, I would say, maintaining existing IPSAs and supporting implementation, having a mechanism to do that.
Back on that.
What I was thinking of is to find a compromise between issuing authoritative interpretation, documents, notes, or whatever, positions, and helping the users, see? So it was somewhat implicitly publishing some interpretation notes or academic documents or whatever, something that would be rather formal, but informal in the use that people could claim, because we don't want them to be an addition to the standards. We want them to be a support to the standards, but rather formal, really structured, you see, not just something reaction to, current feedbacks coming from here or there, you see. Okay.
I mean, there are, we've got, for example, you could see something, with the kind of enhanced collection consideration process that Ross has articulated, depending on the scope of what you're talking about. For example, we haven't really done it in a structured way, but we do have the option to use our annual improvements process as a way of actually, making amendments, and that, if we had a more structured process, then you could use that. You could certainly, if you like, communicate that strand of work and what we've done and that kind of thing alongside that. So there's a number of, ways in which we could enhance existing processes without, as you say, and for the reasons that you say, kind of having a formal interpretations committee, but we could certainly, do it, be more active and so on. So I think if we say we will, staff will definitely bring forward proposals on that, because we would need to consult on that, and we can include that in the strategy. So I've got Lynn next, and then Andrew.
Before I make the point I was going to make, just an observation on what was just discussed. One of the things that did come up in Qashqai was also understanding not just feedback from users, but also feedback from those countries who have a gateway in terms of adapting or interpreting the IPSAS and understanding better which bits they reject or change of the current standards, because that might inform us in terms of our work programme as well. And if we got that right, you might have more countries willing to adopt without adaptation and interpretation, but understanding where countries are who don't directly apply IPSAS are adapting or interpreting, I think is also should inform what you've just talked about. The point I did raise my flag for was just an observation about the changes to the environment around theme B now and IFRS alignment, and a need for us to think more strategically about how we take that forward, because when we look at the alignment dashboard, there are still a number of IFRSs where we haven't had alignment projects. There's still a busy IASB work program, and maybe we need to reset our rules of the road. What is our aspiration for keeping our IPSAS suite up to date in terms of alignment with IFRS, and how that should be taken going forward? I think in this last work program, there were large standards that we needed in the work program to get us to a base, but now we're at that base. I think we do need a clear view about how we maintain what our aspiration is or not to maintain alignment with IFRS as IFRS changes, and also to have projects where we still haven't addressed IFRS.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's probably an instruction to staff. It would be quite good, because when we see the next version of the dashboard, it will have significant changes to it, because, as you say, essentially we've in most significant aspects really completed the catch-up program. And I think you're right, there are, when you reflect on what's there in terms of where we don't have standards at the moment, there are some questions about do we really want to pick up, for example, the sort of, IFRS 14, the sort of regulation, and also the insurance, for example, and then one of the points that I've made in discussions with the IASB is actually, whereas in the past, we've actually been a sort of passive partner, if you like, in terms of the, we've been looking at catching up, actually going forwards. If assuming they start their project on intangibles, that's clearly got some very big public sector implications. And actually, arguably, we may well want to work with them in a more active way. So I think you're right, it's how we calibrate that and what our ambition is. The other area that we might want to think about then is actually we don't explicitly include in our current strategy work with the statistical community, although we have, so that's another relevant international framework. And then, of course, depending on whether we pick up sustainability or not, then in a sense, actually, we have other international. So we probably need to also think through that as well, maybe. Ross, before I go to Andrew.
Yeah, just a minor tweak on that. We do actually refer to our statistical work in themes A and B at the moment, but I think the push we've heard from stakeholders is maybe that theme B should be more internationally focused, not just on IFRS alignment. So I think something to think about.
So we certainly need that update on where we are with ISB, but also I think we need the update on what's going on with statistics for next time round, and then we can sort of begin to think about that. Andrew, then Liang.
Thanks. I think the other change to the environment that is starting and gaining increasing momentum is how information is potentially consumed. I think if we look at the rise of digital tools, techniques, etc., particularly if I'm thinking now of sustainability type reporting, right, as to what sort of impact does that have on the work that we're going to be doing and the strategy we set going forward.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, that was certainly something that came through very strongly as a theme at the recent OECD Financial Management and Reporting Working Group. Some very interesting discussions there. Liang.
I totally agree that the environment now is different to some years ago. And I also strongly support that our focus should shift more towards maintenance. Consider that now we have more complete set of IPSASB. But one point I would like to raise is whether it should be a post implementation review, or because we have so many standards that will be effective in 2025 or 2026. As I raised on Tuesday, actually revenue standard or lease standard or measurement standard, actually all of these are very a big standard. And I expect that there may be quite a few implementation issues. And my suggestion is that maybe we can keep eyes on the preparation work that entities they are doing during from now to the effective date, and to see whether there are significant implementation issues, or if necessary, maybe we need to, or if the impact is very significant, maybe we need to look at, revisit our standard to see whether it is necessary to have some amendment. My point is that if we put this exercise after the implementation issue, after the implementation date, maybe it is a bit too late if the impact is very big, or there is something that we have not considered or expect at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. I think that's very helpful, and perhaps we need to sort of bring that in with the conversation that we were having with Adrian in terms of how do we create channels to get communication back from our stakeholders. Ross, did you?
Yeah, I do think it's a bit of an extension of the feedback mechanism on implementation more broadly, but then a formalized program of how we might review our public sector specific standards and how they're used to get feedback from stakeholders. So it's been an item kind of simmering for a while. We just haven't had the resources to do that. But I think if you think about the shift in the work program and expectations, it's clear going forward, we're going to need a mechanism to do that. And I think some sort of post-implementation review program is probably an important aspect of the future strategy and work program.
Yeah, that's and if you like, almost the PIR is the formal, but then there's that kind of ongoing feedback as well that would kind of, as you say, Liang, if that emerges then as something that really needs fixing short term, that would be a way of kind of making sure we collect that feedback and we can action it, in the context of practical needs coming through. I think it was Claudia and then Scott.
Thank you. I just want to share an idea I get during the discussion. I all totally agree with everything. Why we have actual and public accountability index. When the next phase of updating these indexes, maybe we can use the chance to develop a public sustainability index that we can more or less starting collecting the information. What is the expectation of the jurisdiction? One day want to make some sustainability disclosures or whatever. So that we have more or less the same track, that we can give an overview like we have with our IPSAS adoption? That might be a chance because we have now the connections then with the governments when we ask them. So,
Ross.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Again, the sustainability space and monitoring is quickly evolving. So I know IFAC is already starting to track what's happening in different frameworks, and that's some of the documents we referenced in our consultation on sustainability, were IFAC products they put out from their research. And just to remind people that the Public Sector Accountability Index is an IFAC SIPFA engagement. We do put some staff resources into it, but it's their product and their initiative. And we'll support that going forward. But same with any kind of additional indexes on sustainability, we think that'd be better placed to be led by IFAC or others in that space, just from a resource perspective and for being able to access the information through the accountancy profession directly.
I mean, one thing as well that, I think GRI are thinking that they need to do is actually try and gather the information and the experience from the use of their standards by various types of public sector organisations. So that's another potential source of actual experience that we can potentially draw on. So I think you're right, Claudia. I think we need to have, that conversation with IFAC in terms, I know they've asked, I've been asked that question by David Madden at IFAC, who runs the sustainability data collection. Well, what's the public sector doing? And I've gone, and how do you approach that? So you're right, it needs some thinking, but GRI are potentially helpful in that as well. Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to underscore what Andrew made his comment about technology. When European public sector accounting standards talked on our first day, one of the notes I made was innovation, both production and communication of information. I also know IPSASB has that on their agenda as well. So this may be a place to work together. I always think about technology. You think about all the landlines we put around the world for telephones, and now we're all wireless, and all those landlines are worthless. We could be in the area about electronic reporting. Actually, we come up with a whole new way we report, and it could actually help facilitate the adoption of reporting. And so, I don't know where that fits in the agenda, but I think it is an area that we need to look at, because it may actually facilitate adoption in a way that's different than we're thinking.
Yeah, I think we certainly, we need to explore that. I mean, it was a very interesting discussion actually last week at OECD, and there's clearly a lot of emerging experience from around the world. I think one of the challenges we have is the different frameworks that people are using, and the point that Adrienne made is direct and indirect adoption. You also have different statistical frameworks, and so it's not like there actually is a lot of standardization. So maybe there's cause and effect there. I think sustainability reporting may be an opportunity there. But Scott, back on that.
I just, as you were saying this may be an academic research project. If we want to make some action on it, it may be a good place to go with it.
Excellent. Oh, yes. Sorry, Lucy. Apologies.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First, foremost, I would like to support the focus on implementation, themes D and E, because really, while we have a complete suite of standards, they would be useless if they won't be implemented by our constituents. So I'm happy that we are focusing on how we can assist our constituents in implementing the standards. And I just want to confirm that when we say maintaining the existing standards as our focus, it doesn't mean that we will abandon or we will discontinue the other projects that we have committed in the 2019 to 2023 strategy, like for instance, the discount rates and tax expenditures, which are major projects in under theme A. And I remember that when we did our midterm work program consultation in July, we considered them in the matrix, and we evaluated them as to the prioritization. They were not just considered for this year because and we prioritize differential reporting and presentation because they got the high rating based on our criteria on prioritization. So am I right that we will still continue with the discount rates and tax expenditures, because the reason why they were included in the 2019-2023 strategies, that because our constituents had been meeting these standards. Thank you.
Ross.
Thanks. So the intention would be that we debate with the board the long list of projects that we've been maintaining for a while. And we'd look at the projects using the project prioritization criteria, consider if any tweaks are needed or not. From a staff perspective, I think they're still fit for purpose, but if we did want to update those, that would be the time. And then I think we should, like we did in the last strategy work program, look at the project prioritization criteria, the long list, and we should put out a proposal of what the board thinks we should use the available resources for over the coming strategic period. We haven't started that yet. We've been working on getting things off the agenda at the moment, but I think now that we're getting some space in the agenda, it's time to look at that long list. It has evolved since 2019. We've got some input from the mid-period work program strategy that, consultation and feedback there that we'd want to include. And so I wouldn't want to shortcut that process of discussing what we could do with the resources we have going forward, what we should focus on, and what the balance of the work program would be. In particular, if we are changing the focus on having some space in the work program for maintaining existing IPSAs, supporting implementation, post-implementation reviews, I think that's a newer area where we need to hold some resources at a staff and board level for our meetings to work through that. So again, we're just starting that exercise now. We'll have more firm proposals for the board in June, but no decisions yet on the staff side.
Thanks. So I think it might be helpful if we can just remind the board on what those criteria were. And that might be something, to perhaps start the session off after lunch. I think we're ready to break for lunch. No. Okay. Does anybody have access to those 4 criteria? We might just remind the board on those at the moment. What Lucy, for those board members who've joined more recently, what Lucy was reminding us was that when we set the original strategy, there were a couple of other potential projects that received support from stakeholders at that stage, and they were discount rates and tax expenditures, and also in terms of the debate with the board, what we didn't do when we put together the consultation, the mid-period consultation, was we didn't go back and re-examine the whole long list of projects at that stage. And that's the exercise that would need to be done now, as well, taking into account the input that we had at the Standard Setters Forum, and we had a number of other projects that were proposed by national standard setters. So, if you like, you put all of those together and that gives you a long list. So Ross, if you can just remind us then on what those criteria were.
Yes, no problem at all. So just to give a little background as well, when we developed the project prioritization criteria, We started with a consultation in 2018 on what the proposals would be, and we took feedback from stakeholders, tweaked those and finalized them in the strategy document. So if you do have access to the strategy document, you want to look after the session. It's in page 11 of 26 of the PDF. But basically there's 4 criteria that we use to assess projects and whether those should be higher up on the list to prioritize versus lower. They're not definitive and we don't weight the criteria in any way, but they're meant to be taken as a holistic evaluation of taking a project forward. So one of them is prevalence, and that's whether the financial reporting issue is widespread globally amongst public sector entities. 2 is consequences, whether the issue impairs the ability of the financial statements to provide useful information for accountability and decision-making. Urgency, whether the emerging issue has recently gained prominence and therefore requires consideration in the near term. And feasibility, whether a technically sound solution to the issue can be developed within a reasonable time period and current resource constraints without impacting adversely or completion of other projects. And again, we did have a very vigorous debate on these when we were developing the strategy. From should these be weighted? Is one of them more important than others? How do we prioritize the prioritization criteria? But where we landed and how we applied them is they're used as a guide for the board to help them work through the process of a long list of projects and make proposals and frame those proposals in a way that constituents can give us feedback that helps us finalize the prioritization. So they're a guide to help us along. They're not definitive in any way. And from a staff perspective, we did put a lot of time into that. As I said, we could tweak it if we need to, but I would think we'd want to start with what we have and build from there. And I'm getting the thumbs up from Leah, so I don't have to extend too much. But with that, if there are any comments on what I've just shared, or anybody's thought about this outside of this discussion, they want to share it, we're happy to hear feedback as we start to think about how we take this forward.
Just a couple of additional points. I think we did get strong feedback from stakeholders that those criteria were valid. And it's interesting actually that the IASB also developed for itself a set of criteria which actually look quite similar to ours. Coincidence, I'm sure. The other thing was that we did not apply a numerical scale in evaluating those because that in itself would be subjective. So we just really did a sort of high, medium, low, and that gives you a sort of, a reasonable indication of priority. So that was the sort of approach that we took. So, if members are content, then probably that would be the sort of frame that we take, and probably that we should aim to have that discussion about the long list and a rough idea of against those criteria for June, bearing in mind overall timeframes. Right. So with that, we are at the lunch break, which is next door. Just to say hello to our former US board member, Bob Dacey, who has just arrived in the background. Welcome back, Bob. So if you can come back in an hour's time for 1:25 Eastern time. Eastern EDT now, or EST? EST. Okay, right. Okay, 1:25 by the clock up there. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Dave, over to you.
So this is the slide we ended with. On the right-hand side were the stakeholder expectations for 2023 going forward. And if you look at those three items, and then I'll have to take into consideration what Andrew and Scott put forward with how information is consumed going forward. But based on this slide deck, these three items I take forward into the next slide and what that means for our current strategy. So again, you see the three expectations on the left, and what this means is, and why I said at the very beginning that I think the existing 2019 to 2023 strategy served the board so well, and I think will continue to serve the board with some updates, really relates to what these expectations are and how they map to the current themes in the existing strategy. So with maintaining existing IPSAS, those will be covered by theme A and theme B. Supporting implementation, those are covered by theme D and theme E. And then for me, really the big one, and I've mentioned this a few times where I don't think we spend a lot of time on theme C, and rightly so during the current strategy period, but leading on sustainability maps really well to theme C, developing guidance to meet users' needs that are broader than the financial reporting needs. So really big picture at the end of the day, and I'll focus on the box on the right, and we've covered some of these points already, but the first two in particular, I think, are the more significant or broader changes proposed to the existing strategy, or the bigger updates to reflect the current context and fit of 2023, 2024. First is to reflect the changes in environment compared to 2019. So those are the three bullets from the previous slide. The second is that theme C should be more prominent and explicitly focused on sustainability reporting. And then the final three, one we've already discussed, but I think are smaller in detail, but might just be reorganizing or cleaning up the existing strategy. And that's number one, theme B, and that's the IFRS alignment theme, would also reference reporting or more international guidance and GFS in particular. We'd also consider reordering the themes based on client feedback on sustainability. And then finally, I guess this is more of an update of the overall strategic objective. So Ian, I'll pause there and take any views, comments, thoughts from members.
Okay, thanks very much, Dave. Thomas, do you want to come in and just give us the CAG feedback, and then I'll open up for board members.
Oh, okay, now it's working. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, as was already outlined by Dave, the CAG saw the same presentation in its December meeting. And to summarize the discussion, I think I would cluster that into 3 parts. The comments were around. First is the overarching development of the strategy. Second is kind of the financial reporting part, and third then is the sustainability part. So in terms of general comments, I think the CAG very well understood and supported the evolution of the new strategy based and resulting from the current strategy. I think that is what is just here on the slide. So I think, Ian, you're always using the term evolution rather than the revolution. I think the CAG understood that being appropriate even or especially in ever-changing times and dynamic changing times, as the current strategy obviously has proven to be valuable to guide the board during the past years. So I think from an overarching perspective, that was being seen the right way. In terms of financial reporting, that brings me to the second point. There was especially a support of the implementation group as an interpretation function in the light of the increased adoption globally. I think we had the same discussion as Adrien started to some extent, understanding what exactly do we mean by interpretation, different aspects, how is the process working, how binding would the interpretation be, does the staff have the capacity for that? And Ross outlined the idea of the task force, which was supported as a concept by the CAG as well, in order to manage all these uncertainties which I just mentioned. Second area in that part of financial reporting was actually the support for post-implementation reviews. So especially consider how to bring post-implementation reviews to life in the next strategy period. What would be the threshold? What's the appropriate timing for doing an PIR, and for which standard to establish a process to identify that? So that was the second area. And the third area, and that's obviously the main area of evolution, is obviously the area of sustainability reporting. And I think probably the aspect where the CAG was kind of moving around, especially in that area, was, is there an interplay between the sustainability reporting standards and the financial reporting standards? And if there is an interplay, what is it actually? How does it work? How does it interoperate amongst each other? So these were the 3 main areas where we discussed.
Thanks, Thomas. It's helpful to have the CAG thinking to input to the board debate. So open up for comments from board members then. I think, we've already had, some discussions which sort of refine, if you like, the what's already on that slide. Probably some of the thinking, for example, in Lynn's previous intervention on the IFRS and where we go on that. So Lynn, to you then on that, and then to Camilla after that.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I had a couple of observations. Periodically in the discussion, we have referred to post-implementation reviews, and at other points, improvement projects. I think the 2 are different, and I think we need to show them explicitly as 2 different things in the communications that we issue. I think as we enter the new phase of work, whether or not both come under theme A. I don't know, maybe we need to revisit how we title theme A, because at the moment theme A is about setting standards, but I wonder if it's about setting and maintaining standards. I don't know, because theme B is around how our standards relate to other standards. So I question whether or not we might want to tactically choose to just look at how we word theme A. And I also think that in doing so, we should, picking up Thomas's point about post-implementation reviews, we should be clear on what that is. And I also think we should be clearer on how we are going to go about doing improvements projects, and I do think they're different to post-implementation reviews. And then my final point on theme C, as currently drafted, it talks about users' broader financial reporting needs. So I don't know, Dave, if you had, and this is a question, do you have in mind changing that to users' broader financial and sustainability reporting needs? Is that what you're proposing, or is it in the wording below the theme you want to bring in sustainability? Because I think the danger of doing that second option is theme C is about financial reporting needs. So if we're going to go broader, I'd do it in the title.
Thanks, Lynn. I think those are very helpful comments. And I think if we can have an explicit instruction to staff that we need to discuss post-implementation reviews as an area in June, and similarly the improvements building off the discussion that we've already had. And then I think those suggestions in terms of thinking about the titles of the themes is certainly important. And to your point, Lynn, I think we should really seriously think whether we retitle theme C as sustainability reporting, or specifically that being the focus. So thank you for those. So I'll sort of start going around the table. So Jonah, to you next, and then also to Kamira.
Thank you very much, Ian. I think, as Naima said earlier, I do represent the African Association of Accountant Generals. They're mainly implementers of these standards. And they had certain standards which they thought probably fall under theme A, which should be considered in the 2024-2028 strategy. The first one is for interim financial reporting. I think this is a project that was there before. You're just asking whether that can also be considered based on the resources that we have. And then, of course, the issue on post-standard implementation reviews. I think that that has been discussed. It's important that we do those reviews. The African Association of Accountant Generals will be happy to provide feedback on various standards based on those reviews. And then finally, whether we can continue on the project on differential reporting. That's another project that we saw in the previous strategy, whether we can continue on that, because quite a number of public sector entities which do not do accounting to the public, but they do it through another body, particularly primary schools and secondary schools. So having a standard in which they can report to the ministry so that the ministry can do the accounting itself, we think it's important. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jonah. And I think it's very helpful to have that link into the emerging thinking from the African Association of Accountants Generals. I think, certainly we will, one of the plans for later on in the year is that we should have a series of roundtables, and certainly I think it's worked very well having one in Africa as well as Asia, and then of course Latin America. So it would be very good to kind of, if you can keep that dialogue going with them as our thinking emerges, and we can get that feedback and that input into our discussions. So Camira, to you, and then Adrian.
Thanks, Chair. I think that, well, the current proposal that the teams are maintained to be relevant, but I think we should give more focus to Team D and Team E. So more on implementation, especially now that we have reached, so this week we approved 4 new standards. So people are still struggling to implement IPSAS 41 and IPSAS 42, and now we are going with these new standards. So I really think that we need to help preparers to understand what are the new requirements and to get ready for the implementation. On the other hand, I think it's also important for us to have more information on who are the users of our standards, because we have already good information with the IFAC accountability index, but perhaps we can discuss with IFAC if we can get a bit more in detail information. So not only at a high level at the country level, but to know, okay, how many entities are applying these standards, if they are applying directly, if they are doing indirectly, which standards they consider are not relevant or have the bigger differences, why they have to do those adaptations. I know it's a huge work to do, and not only from the public sector entities, but also individual entities that have decided to implement IPSAS. We could take the advantage of these new standards that we have issued to start with those entities identified who are the earlier adopters, and then based on that, try to promote Team E, like having success stories that specific people from X department says how the new information or the new standard is helping for decision making. So that's why I think now we are in a stage, okay, we have very good standards, but now we need to push on the implementation and adoption, and also to create those communication channels to obtain feedback in order to maintain and improve our standards. So thanks.
Thanks, Camira. I mean, I think one of the challenges we face is actually that connectivity with jurisdictions and other national standard setters. We've clearly made progress in that, but there's still further to go. And I think it came up earlier in the discussion that it would be helpful to understand where people are actually adapting our standards and implementation. And I know, for example, if I take New Zealand has a structured process on that, and it's clear where, there are challenges. And I think if we can start to build those relationships with other national standards authorities, that would be helpful. So there is work to do, and maybe the roundtables is a way of actually kind of building those bridges. Certainly remembering the CAG discussion on the European Commission's implementation of IPSAS 41 was very enlightening. So we need to think about that and really opening that channel for feedback. Adrian, and then I'll work my way around. So to Mike and then Abdullah.
Just a short comment, observation. After 2 years sitting in that board, I'm now not as comfortable as I used to be with the terminology used for theme B, and even more because we've had some work carried out on adapting IFRSs or other projects where, not mentioning IFRS, but we were discussing the IPSASB possible production or the GRIs. I don't think alignment covers everything we do. I mean, I would be, more comfortable with some sort of wording like maintaining coherence with IFRS and even other standards, because when we be working on sustainability, we will have that issue, maintaining coherence from the start and in the long term.
Ross, back on that.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like deja vu, because the last time we did the strategy and work program, we actually looked at this in detail, and we moved away from what we used to call IFRS convergence, because we didn't think that appropriately considered our process. And I'm going to read you something we put in the document that we think captured the process, which I think is what we're doing now. And I think maybe help us thinking about what term we want to use. So it says the term alignment refers to the formal processes the IPSASB follows to assess the applicability of IFRS and or GFRS requirements when developing pronouncements which faithfully represent the economic substance of transactions in the public sector. Through these processes, IPSASB aims to reduce unnecessary differences with these sources of guidance and when they can be applied in the public sector context.
So, but I think to your point, Adrian, we just need to reflect on the wording, particularly if we build out that, that it's not just a focus on IFRS, it's also, going forwards, it's other sets of standards and so on, and bearing in mind what we've said about adaptation of IPSASB, how we might, again, adapt GRI and so on. So let's have I think the instruction is to reflect on that title and then to come forward with a recommendation on both the scope of that theme going forwards and what that might be titled as. Okay, so maybe in order, then I'll go to Mike, to Abdullah, and then back to Todd.
So thank you, Chair. At the moment, I'm quite fine with the overall strategy, including the order. However, I just want to remind that the update quite obviously depends on how that sustainability space is developing for us. So just to leave that also open within the next month, where we can see do we have funding or not, and how important will that be for the entire work of the IPSAS board.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Abdullah?
Thank you, Ian. And I like what I see on the board, but a couple of thoughts. First, we had the themes in our previous strategy. Do we know how much of time we allocated to each one of them? I'm saying this is like how we're going to be looking about the time we're going to be allocating to the ones we have on a screen. I know with the limitation of resources we are having, but now we developed fine standards for the public sector specific. Now we would want to probably focus more in theme D and E, but how we can make sure that we have an alignment and we're not missing something in there. That is one. Second, from my observations, and being an implementer myself, always the question is about Team E. I don't think we are doing enough. I know we are doing some work on there, but that is if you are talking to somebody who's knowing accounting, who's knowing the standards, and who's knowing the conversion, would understand. But the leaders, especially when we are targeting or we are projecting 70% by year 2025, I guess that is the biggest challenge to take, is like, how do you convince leaders that is converting to accrual? It's not an accounting project, it's not an accounting job, it's something has to be with better managing and maintaining the resources. About Team B, I'm fine with the alignment itself, but I would also go beyond IFRS and I would go with the GFS alignment. And this is from practicality, from witnessing how jurisdictions are very keen into adhering to the GFS reporting for some of the obvious reasons, but how can we benefit from that, and do we create the alignment in there, and whatever in the standards help into making the reports more accurate and more fitting the purposes they are for. So these are the comments that I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. Ross, back on that, and I go to Todd.
Yeah, it's a good point. When we did this strategy last time, we were explicit in separating themes A, B, and C from D and E. And the reason we did that is we said themes A, B, and C are areas where we'll take work on our work program and work on it to develop standards and maintain standards. And then if you look at the last 5 years where we've been spending our time, I would say it's primarily on theme A. Tough to give you an exact number, but I would say it's probably 80 to 90% of our time on a regular basis has been on theme A type projects. There is a little bit of maintaining IFRS in there as well, but generally a lot less than in past periods. Not very much at all in theme C in this period. I think the only work I can remember we've done is the recent work we approved this week on reporting sustainability program information. But I think that'll change going forward. And theme D and E, we were explicit. Those are areas we'll work with others and engage with others, but not areas where we take projects on our work program because we're a standard setting board and that's our main activity, but we support the work of others in that space.
I mean, in terms of the point you made about, if you like, what are the top line, what's the reasons for implementing accrual? I think that's where certainly the input we've had to the IFAC model pathways to accrual, I think has been important there. You could argue that actually all of the work that we're doing is actually strengthening the case for the implementation of accrual in terms of the content of the standards and also working with organizations like OECD, IMF, World Bank to embed IPSAS into their frameworks. And that's probably the sort of sense that we need to get. And then there may well be a specific piece of feedback to IFAC that actually what they need is the kind of the sort of half a page headline elevator pitch, if you like, for a finance minister as part of the pathways material, if you like, but then that needs to link back to a lot of the stuff that we're doing, but it's broader. So that underlines that, that relationship for what's currently theme D. Yeah, back on.
Can I just comment on that? I'm in agreement, but when it comes to theme D, it can play a role in theme A, and we can do it through others. We can hear from implementers, not standard setters, because you will hear different stories from them, and that would just tell you the story of the issues that they are having with the standards themselves, and we can then see a way that how we can improve the standards or come about with new standards that are helping the public sector. This is what I was referring to.
I think we need to think about ordering and so on, and also presentation, actually, because some of the other boards actually have a circle rather than, so we need to think about that. So Todd, then Liang, then Murray.
Thanks, Ian. And I think what I want to do is build on the comment that Mike was making. I think in terms of the big issue that we need to work through in terms of how we position the strategy is around sustainability, certainly today, given where we're at. So, we've talked about, we've got very limited funding to date on sustainability. I don't know when this is proposed to actually be issued as an exposure draft, but if we still don't have funding at that point, I think we're going to have to be very careful about how we position sustainability in the consultation. In terms of the themes A to E, acknowledge that we may need to do some work on the language that we use or the way that we actually position them. It would be nice to think that we can sort of build sustainability in as it makes sense through various streams. But I don't know whether we're there right now, certainly with our funding position, and even with the funding position, how do we want to position sustainability in this document is probably the question that needs to be answered in my mind.
Yeah, I think you're right, Todd. I mean, we're kind of, in a sense, this is a strategy for 24 to 28. So there's a what's the position when we issue this for consultation, and then what's the position when we finalise? And actually, probably we need to reflect that contingent nature in what we put out in the exposure draft, even if that changes in the final document. So I think it's helpful to have that in mind. Yeah, you want. Okay, Ross, you want to come in? I realised I'd missed Lucy, so if I go to Lucy and then Liang.
Yeah, just Todd made a point that I thought I could just clarify. So you're asking when we're planning to approve this. On the work program, we're planning to approve it in September, so that it goes out for exposure in the fall, and then we can operate the roundtables in Q4 and get the feedback, so that at the beginning of 2024, the board can consider the feedback and finalize the strategy for the 2024 to 2028 period.
Lucy, to you.
Thank you, Chair. There is, they posed a question whether there is need for us to update or expand the strategic objective. I think the present, if we are now giving premium to sustainability reporting as part of our work, then there is, I think, really a need to revisit the strategic objective, because right now it is strengthening PFM globally through increasing adoption of accrual-based IPSAS, which is really on financial reporting. So we have to include sustainability reporting, and definitely by having guidance on sustainability reporting, it would strengthen more PFM. So and there is the way to, because right now there are two main areas of activities in order to achieve this strategic objective, which are only on themes developing and maintaining IPSAS, and raising awareness of IPSAS and the benefits of accrual adoption. So we have to think on how we can update the strategic objectives so that we can factor in sustainability reporting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think you've just framed the instructions for staff on that one, for all the reasons that you've articulated. Liang and then Murray.
Thanks, Chair. I also want to comment about theme B, and I also agree that the wording convergency may be more appropriate than alignment. And also, I want to share that what a convergency mean, in my opinion. Actually, I think it is not one-way convergency. It is not ISB issue something, then we will have to follow them. But it should be two-way convergency. That means for something we can work together. For example, recently they have a big project about the intangible asset. I expect that it will be very comprehensive and even long-time project. I think we can identify some public sector specific issue on intangible asset, and to join their initial outreach, join their research phase, and to provide our input to let them know that actually there's some public sector specific matter, and maybe they can consider it over when they develop the intangible asset standard. And another example is even for something, maybe we can let them know our standard and our practice. One example is about combination. as you know that actually ISB is doing BCUCC project. Actually, I also talked to some ISB staff that maybe they can have a look of our standard public sector combination. Actually, in my opinion, that our standard is quite good, and to have a very concrete basis, and also to draw a clear line between acquisition and amalgamation, which may be useful when they produce the BCUCC guideline. And so, in my opinion, that we could try to have this two-way convergency, and so that to better better on one hand that we can have produce better standard to meet our objective. On the other hand, that we can contribute more to the accounting standard setting globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. Yeah, I think we need to have a look at that, because that's exactly the point of view that you know, Ross and I in discussions with Andreas Barkow and Nili Shah have you know, kind of, it's with a view to this is more a kind of relationship, an adult to adult rather than parent child as it may have been in the past. And I agree with you in terms of the relevance of public sector combinations to the current project. So I think if we can reflect on how we express that ambition, and I think it's not just there. I think it's you know, the discussions we're having with staff at both IPSASB and GRI, and also you know, the work that João has been doing on our behalf, inputting to the update and of the system of national accounts. So there's quite a lot of those areas of dialogue, and I think we need to reflect that in a reformulated objective, which kind of captures that sort of approach. Okay, so if I go to Mari next.
My observation is something similarities. From my point of view, theme A and theme B has a different trajectory. And so our agenda, great agenda, is to how to strengthen the public financial management. And these two both is strongly related to how to strengthen the public financial management. And however, it is the difficult. Each has different aspects, and so what information is useful for the public sector, and that is contradictory in the private sector. And the difficult area for the public sector is how to measure the performance and how to develop the performance indicators. It is so different from the private sector's criteria. And so we have to put in mind the important thing is to how to strengthen public financial management. And so what kind of information is useful, and accurate information is so important for the public sector, I understand. And so however, it has various aspects for useful and not useful. And so I am in confusion the convergence of the private sector and the public sector's accounting standards, and in the different perspective, the public sector specific specific, significant, useful information has to be identified. Thank you, I think.
Thank you, Murray. No, yes.
Thank you, Ian. I just want to something about as Murray said, that public sector is different from private sector. And what is the objective of this standard is, of course, for public finance management. And when we talk about it, and we talk on Monday, we with IMF, whereby their perspective on how the economics or the country deliver or performance of the country or something like that, that they did using the GFS. So how we link our this standard with their standard instead of converge or align, something like that with the GFS. So I think we also noted that the GFS is also have a different perspective as well, and how we overcome that. And then because in Malaysian jurisdiction, yes, we supply the information from the financial statement into the GFS, and of course still in cash. And if it is on accruals, then maybe there is a mapping we have to do. The mapping we have to do with our financial statement, accrual financial statement, with the requirement of GFS, which is accrual based. So I think if we can align the requirement or mapping it out easily to the GFS requirement, because I think GFS is more on the economic as a whole, as a performance of the government. I talk about the government, not the public sector as a whole, because there is also a public sector entities within our government. But I think something have to do with that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Noyesi. So I think, we do know, clearly from this conversation, we need to think very carefully about what we say in terms of other, international frameworks, whether that's IFRS, GFS, other the sustainability reporting standards, and to reflect that more active and more equal, arguably, approach in terms of promoting whatever we call it, whether it is alignment where appropriate or whatever. We need to think about that. But I think, again, that probably actually reflects the maturity of our standard suite now, that we can actually operate on a more equal basis with other standard setters. So I think instruction staff is to review the wording in that context. I think it would also be helpful, and I think this came up in the context of IFRS, actually, that we have a proper look at the IPSAS IFRS dashboard, and similarly also that we have an update on the process that's been ongoing, which, if you like, has been below the water in terms of the board's attention on what's been going on in terms of the update of the SNA and our input to that. So I think if we do that next time, that would also be helpful, so that we can see what's appropriate in terms of the wording and the actions that we're looking for in the next strategy. Mira, you wanted to come in again? Yep. Okay.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to comment on the strategic objective, if we are planning to modify it, because as of now it's strengthening public financial management. And what will be the implication if we maintain the same strategic objective in terms of sustainability? Will we always look at, for instance, the climate change project from those lens of financial management, or are we planning to expand our strategic objective to be more broad? So
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I think Lucy made the point that we do need to update it for sustainability. It was interesting that if you go back to Monday, that the IMF were talking about green PFM. And so I think, you know, we need to have a look at, if you like, the core is PFM, it seems. So, but, you know, how do we reword our overarching mission in that context? And again, then there's some of what Tom talked about in terms of needing to be sensitive to what our positioning is on sustainability reporting as well. So there's some finessing we'll need to do with that, but it clearly, we do need to refine what we've got as that overarching statement, there's no doubt. And you know, so I think we need that as a clear action, that we need some suggestions on that. Okay, any further comments at this stage? No, okay, back to you, Dave.
So only one more slide, and Ross already spoke to it. So it's really just about putting it up on the big screen for members to see. So as Ross mentioned, we're looking to approve the strategy consultation in Q3 of 2023. So that means in Q2 of 2023, we're going to bring back the instructions that Ian just highlighted in the development of the strategy that we hope to approve a quarter later. During Q4 of 2023, we're planning to go out and hold a number of regional roundtables. Right now, the plan is for those to be in person. And then at that point, we'll take the feedback from the roundtables and the feedback from the responses, the written responses. And in Q1 of 2024, we will review those. And then hopefully, assuming everything goes well, in Q2 of 2024, we'll be ready to approve the next strategy.
Okay. Any questions on the timeline? Okay. That's good. Well, I think we've, you know, that's been a very helpful session in terms of giving staff instructions in terms of what we want back for the next meeting. I think we can expect quite a substantive session there, particularly if we're going to start looking at projects and so on. You know, that will be an important focus for the next meeting. Okay, with that, I think Ross, hand over to you in terms of updating the initial presentation on Programme and Technical Directors Report.
Thanks, Ian. So again, I just wanted to reflect on where we've arrived at the meeting today. And I wanted to pause before we get into the next part, just to acknowledge the approvals and all the hard work that's gone into it from past and present board members, technical advisors, observers, outside support that we received on a number of projects. You know, individually, these just like a single project, but if you think about the tail and the life of the time that went into it, from the volunteer time and the staff work, this is a heck of a lot of work that we've finally finalized at this meeting. And I just wanted to take a second to just say good job to everybody, and specifically wanted to highlight the staff that have led on these projects recently, as it's a real accomplishment for them. So, you know, Dave and Augustina have been working recently on measurement to finalize that along with the task force. And I wanted to specifically thank David Watkins for his support as task force chair as well. Revenue, we've had Eileen's steady hands the last couple of years, working us through a tough review of responses and a complete redraft of the look and feel of the standards to get us to a place where we have a nice, crisp, one-stop shop for revenue accounting today. We've had Edwin helping us on transfer expenses over the last year, and really taking us from the exposure draft and helping clarify the accounting model to a way that we could deal with a number of comments that talked about the complexity of the proposals in a way that I think we've got a really crisp and clear standard. John's been working away on the conceptual framework, and we've now approved 2 new chapters, one in December and one here this week. And reporting sustainability program information, our first outputs in the sustainability space. It's just minor amendments to existing guidance, but Augustine has led us through that at this meeting. So I just wanted to take the time for a quick round of applause for everyone for their hard work in getting to the point where we're clearing a large amount of standards off our agenda and adding to our literature. So with that, originally we'd planned the April 27th check-in as an well, we thought there might be some hangover from this meeting to clear off some of the approvals and items that we need to finalize. But as we've approved everything, the editorial processes will continue, but there is really nothing we need to bring back from the approvals for the 27th check-in. We did consider quite strongly if we needed to bring something back on sustainability, but the staff view and the staff proposal is that we cancel that check-in and give members their time back. From a staff perspective, we'll be working away quite diligently on sustainability and other projects, but we're not sure it's the best use of time to continue with the check-in. So that's the proposal from us, and maybe I'll pause there, Ian, and we can take comments if there are any.
Check whether anybody disagrees with that cancellation. Good, thank you.
Great, and I thought I would just list a readout of the projects and items we can expect to see in June. Again, we're in a bit of a transition phase as we finalize the guidance that's been approved this week, the supporting material, and get them out for publication. So there'll be a little bit of a tail on the current projects as we do that in the next few weeks to a month. And then, you know, we started our kickoff on natural resources, measurement phase 2. The leases comment period comes to an end, and we'll be bringing back responses to that consultation in June. Retirement benefit plans. The plan originally was to bring improvements to this meeting, but we deferred that. We'll be picking that up in June. And then the newer projects that we added last year. So presentation of financial statements, differential reporting, strategy work program that we just discussed, sustainability reporting, and some thinking and research related to the limited scope update on IPSAS 33 that we agreed in March 2022 would be one of the limited scope projects we'd bring on. So just kind of to put it in people's heads what we'll be transitioning to, I'll be working to update the work program with some more thinking on the timelines for these projects as we keep working on them in the next quarter. But I just wanted to give an indication of what we had planned. And again, happy to take any questions, comments.
Aria.
Thank you. Ross, I think you have very ambitious agenda for June. As I can remember, you have all to finalize our 5 approved standards, or the editorial process. I think that's a huge work to do still to get them published. So didn't feel very bad if you couldn't fulfill all your expectations. So maybe 1 or 2 projects couldn't be started, that we have really some additional papers, because I think there's a lot of work to do and for preparing all the meetings. So I'm feel really ambitious, your agendas. Thank you very much.
Maybe I'll just take comments from the other board members before going back to Ross. So Todd, then Adrian.
Thanks. Is the conceptual framework chapter 3 still going to be in the June agenda?
I was just seeing if you're paying attention. You're right. That one should be there too.
Adrian.
What would be the substance of the discussions on presentation, differential reporting, those new projects in June?
So the hope is that we're starting to rough out the outline of project briefs for those projects. So I don't know if we'll get all the way to complete project briefs. As per Claudia's point, there is a lot to do, but we start to suss out the issues, and how we might approach those in developing a consultation paper and a future exposure draft.
And I think, certainly we can expect that there'll be some substantive conversations on the strategy and work program. And one of the things we may take advantage of is actually that we're going to be in the CPA Canada building in June. And certainly when we did the 2019 to 2023 strategy at the equivalent stage, actually, we didn't just do all the work in the board. We actually did some work in breakout groups, which allowed technical advisors and observers to input as well. So we may well do some of that, so that it may be a slightly different style as well, in terms of how we use groups and time and so on. I'm assuming other than that, chapter 3, we haven't got anything else we want to add to the long list, but I think you're right, Claudia, the question is what will, how will we use that time? And one of the things I think is that we weren't sure what the demands on staff would be if we went for re-exposure and so on. So there's some rethinking that needs to be done in terms of project allocation and things like that.
And maybe just one other reminder about June. We have a CAG meeting on the Monday of the June meeting. So we'll have items going to the CAG as well that will coordinate with what comes to the board. And for those planning to come to the meeting in Toronto in June, we're planning a social event on the Monday following the CAG. So for board members as well, if you're interested joining, please consider joining us. It'll be down near the waterfront in a very nice location that as a pitch if you need any incentive to come.
And that will also be an event because sadly it will be Thomas's last meeting as CAG chair. So there will be an election for the new CAG chair. Quite a lot going on for the CAG in addition to the discussion as well. Okay, so I think, and reflecting on the work program itself, there are a lot of factors that need to be taken into account. So I think there'll be quite a lot of active discussion as well when Ross brings, the initial conclusions from staff. I think that's going to be an important discussion for the board, as we start to look at that list of work.
Yeah, exactly. And the final thing just to note is we are in the process of putting together the task forces as per my paper. Thank you to those who've already sent through interest on various task forces. If you haven't done so yet and you're thinking about it, please let me know as soon as possible. I've got a running list for various projects. At the moment, there's a ton of interest for natural resources, but not as much for some of the others. So just if there are other projects on there that you're really interested in, don't be shy to put your hand up and put yourself forward.
Thanks for that. So I think with that, we bring this board meeting to a conclusion. I think, again, just underlining, I think, it's quite a moment for the board in terms of the approval of 5 pronouncements, 3 new IPSAS, and our initial piece of work, really, if you like, venturing into the sustainability reporting space, as well as that updated chapter of the conceptual framework. So we have accomplished a lot at this meeting, and I think we've had a couple of very good discussions today on sustainability reporting, setting if you like, some assumptions as we start to work forward. We've also had our first substantive discussion on the strategy and work plan, as well as giving some direction on both natural resources and retirement benefits. So I think if you look at the outputs from this board meeting, that's a really impressive list. That said, in terms of inputs, as agreed yesterday, we're giving you a day back. I think also the board, in the board discussion afterwards, we've got a number of things to think about in terms of how we plan and use time going into this new phase of work. So we will reflect on what's been said by board members as we start to plan that new phase of work, what that means, and that will come into the discussions as well. So thank you very much for the feedback yesterday. And I think with that, we bring this board meeting to an end. Thank you very much, everybody, for your inputs. Thank you to staff for the support that you've given the board to enable us to make the progress that we've done. And all that it remains for me to do is wish you safe travels and look forward to seeing you again in Toronto in June. Thank you very much, everyone.